Oh no, it's playing music in the I forgot. Don't listen to the POD playing right now. Don't the copyright. No, no, no. Getting banned immediately. Not banned. Getting copyright claimed immediately. No, no boom. You get fucking 0 booms. All right, needed a new screenshot for a possible thumbnail later. Since we changed Mullet's number here. That should be pretty good. Alright. Also, before I actually start officially, turn on some music here. Which I can do now on PS5. It's so nice. When I stream, I can listen to music, and it doesn't play through stream. Obviously, I would prefer if could play music on stream, but copyright. Talking to myself here. Make sure it still gives me slight anxiety to be like, oh, is the music gonna play through the stream? No, it doesn't. Just finishing breakfast. Don't mind me. What was the question? I wasn't looking. Oh, our offense, definitely. What part of the defense worries me? Run defense. Linebackers. 200 tackles. Imagine a coach being asked those exact questions and actually giving answers. Couldn't be Bill Belichick. Well, Caden Ellis thinks the defense is stronger. That's all that matters. Alright, let's give it a minute here before I say anything else. Actually, oh, my phone's trying. Yeah, I can do it now. Let's grab this picture so I can use it as a thumbnail later. PlayStation app. Captures. You're not going to be able to see McGee on the back, but Mullet will know it's him at least. Is there any, whoops, is there any other screenshots I can still use? All the other ones very prominently can see number 10. I could just redo them after, I guess. I don't know. We'll figure that out later. I could even edit after the fact. Am I actually live? I am live, right? Yeah, making sure. My own Discord hasn't said that I'm live yet. There it goes. see, were there any transactions overnight? Spotrac has Bryce Hall was the last one. Vikes will not sign Aaron Rodgers. I don't know who I honestly I don't know who I'd want between Rodgers and Russell Wilson if I was the Steelers. I might just rather prefer Russ to come back for a year. Mullet, welcome. Hopefully the playbook accounts for the fullback being on the field. I am like number 3 on the depth chart for power back. Where am I? Yeah, there I am. So I might actually get a couple carries. I don't remember the chat popping up on my screen. Is that a PS5 thing? Am I muted? I'm not muted, right? I know I'm not muted. I heard myself on stream already. Why did Hall have to go to a non-Atlanta-based NFC South team? Bryce Hall? Okay, good. Where's the free agency page? No, not scores. Tracking. St. Cedric Wilson reworks contract. Okay. Anything actually happen? No, okay. Anyway. What's this? Oh. I think the last time I streamed while V3 was streaming was probably last year's Mullet franchise. Let's get a tab for stream up on the side here. I had Roblox left up all night on my laptop, and the game that I had it on, I spent all the currency that I earned in 1 second. Yes, Bryce Hall did go to Tampa. And looking at their depth chart, which I have my own spreadsheet done of every single team. I would think he would be over, assuming he's healthy, because he did miss almost all of last season. I think it said he got hurt in the first game. I would think he'd be their CB3 right now. And, you know. Probably a position they could consider taking early in the draft. Despite Jamel Dean still being pretty good, Zion McCollum had a really good year. I wouldn't want Dallas Flowers playing as a Colts fan. I'm sorry. I liked him at first. It happens. Last stream I remember you doing was a Roblox stream. I was chatting in for the longest time. Is that the last one? Oh man. Okay. Well, in fairness, most of my streams I do still are of Roblox, so that makes sense, I guess. Yeah, no, I completely remember that one. Unfortunately, that happened. I had no idea either. It wasn't my controller. Is that Gary in the chat? Man. Yeah, this is Screen Simulator. What's going on, Gary? This is a special Mullet Gary Mullet. Special Mullet Falcons stream. And is this year 4 of this? I honestly can't remember if it's 3 or 4, maybe. Or sorry, G Wells, Hans McGee, G Wells, Pork Wells. Did you know that you can actually watch the games play? I had no idea. I've been playing Madden since 2003, and I didn't know that. Thank you. I am gonna get to simulating here momentarily. This has been a long, unnecessary intro, but you're actually kind of on the team in a way, Gary. Funny you'd show up right now. We got a couple of my fantasy league mates, and I didn't know what to name Foff exactly, so that's what happened. So there's Foff. Let's see, MD's in here. I think the last like 10 Maddens, it kind of just depends on playbooks and how the simulation's feeling at the time, but I think the team will do pretty well. Which means we'll go 8-9 and miss playoffs every year. But hey, it's about the team building. It's not about it's not where you finish, it's about the journey or something like that. There's me. Yeah, right on. Man, how long has it been since... I can't remember... I mean, I've been in your YouTube streams here and there, but I can't remember the last time like we saw each other on Twitch. That's probably been since like Battlefront days, or like 2K16. Those were good times. 8-9 missed playoffs. Are you the Colts? That'll be the next stream. Yeah, 8-9. Got to replace Anthony Richardson now. Got to go to Daniel Jones. Got to go to Indiana Jones. It has been. It has. I still stream every once in a while, but pretty occasionally these days. Is Gary the iRacing guy? I'll let Gary answer if he wants, but yes. As I answer. Oh, here's Human. Did I show Shadow? I can't remember if I showed Shadow or not. And everyone else but Mullet in this is going to be a backup, so I don't know, like, if everybody will get re-signed. It kind of depends on cap space, probably, but then there's Mullet. Mullet, you are the focus of this, so you get to be the star. Newly equipped number 14. Got that changed right before I started. And X Factor... I boosted all your ratings, because honestly you were like a 70 overall player that I started with or something like that. I boosted all your ratings and you were still like an 80. I was like, this guy looks like he'd be like a 90 overall already, so I boosted your ratings twice, got you up to an 85. I think that should be pretty good for a couple years at least. Starting my NFL Prime at the young buck age of 32. That was another thing I decided I was just going to use like our real ages. Or close, anyway. Instead of rookies. I am the iRacing guy. Gary, self-promote real fast. Do you have a race or multiple races coming up this week, and where can we watch? It'd be funny at this point if I just went into if like I just started simulating without an actual intro after talking for 15 minutes. You get what you get on YouTube, alright? Whatever happens in the VOD stays in the VOD. We can look at salaries real fast. And I did do the draft as well, obviously. I'm already past the draft, so. Somewhat close to Kentucky Speedway. Maybe one day I'll see you race there. Is that how I... Hey, you know, sometimes it does work like that. Just ask William Byron. I don't think so. It can. You never know. It helps if you're like 16 at this point. But, you know. You never know. I saw iRacing was like $3 right now on sale, by the way. You know why I found that? Is because I was playing Wreckfest, and I randomly had a memory of like, oh yeah, Wreckfest 2 is happening. So I googled that, and it says initial release date March 20th of this year. I'm like, there's no way. So apparently, yes, there is way. And actually, there's been a, I don't know if it's it's early access on Steam. That's what's coming out March 20th is the early access. So that's kind of cool. I'm kind of looking forward to that. I'm definitely looking forward to the NASCAR game too. I hope that is good. Do have multiple races coming up this week. Your YouTube, okay. We self-promote Gary here. Let's see. Mullet, you got anything to self-promote? You self-promote your blog, and by self-promote, you basically just trade YouTubes with each other. Gary, how come I typed in your YouTube and it's not pulling it up? There it is. Oh, you know what that reminds me of too? I need to tell you, because maybe you know. The last stream you did, the first like 10 minutes of it is just black screen. And then it goes into the race and it's silent after that. Like the whole stream was silent. So I don't know if you actually knew that. But I forgot I was gonna remind you. I self-promote my birthday. Yes, I'm very excited. I'm very excited because, one, it's been since Heat 5 that there was actually a good game that was fun to play with people. I did get Ignition later on, but it was already dead and terrible, so. Yeah, it's in 3 days. Could stream from Twitch. Could. Oh, you did notice, okay. Alright, right on. Yeah, I completely forgot about reminding you of that, but I'm glad you got it. You could try multi-streaming. I don't know how to do it, because you have to do it through OBS, but you could stream through Twitch and YouTube, potentially. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like watching all the iRacing stuff still. I usually do. Sometimes I'm late to the lives, but I still go back and watch. Oh, does it really? See, I did not know that part. Okay. Yeah, because even I was like, hey, maybe I'll try it, and then I saw you have to go through OBS. It's like, eh. I've never set up anything streaming through my laptop, or it would have to be through my laptop if it wasn't through PlayStation. But anyway. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I was watching a Meat Canyon video. He was talking about, he was ranking fast food burgers, and like the cheapest burger was like $5. But that's all supposed to go down, right? It's gonna go down, surely. Anywho, The draft. Curtis Fork was in there. Did I draft? I guess I didn't draft the receiver, did I? Gunnar Helms in there. An entire new backup offensive line was added. I did replace Drew Dahlman. Keep in mind, I set up this franchise like a month ago, so it was well before actual free agency. But we did replace Drew Dahlman with Austin Corbett for a year. Mullet's guy, Luke Kandra. And then I did also trade... Did I trade? I must have traded him. Caleb McGarry in order to have some money, and then signed Tyron Smith, put him over to right tackle. Ozzie Trapillo, I think he could actually be like a day 2 guy, is what it kind of seems like now, but not to spend too much time on the draft. I've got an entire mock draft video, if anyone wants to see that. Khalil Mack I brought in for $22 million. That's not too far off of what he got. I think he got like 18 average, but just a 1-year deal. And this was basically so we didn't have to draft an edge, and didn't have to rely on Brandon Dorlus or Zach Harrison or Braylon Trice developing, because in real life, I think they're going to be decent rotational players. But for the franchise, their overalls, they're just not going to really develop into stars. So we'll have to do something about edge long term. But for now, Khalil Mack, Ebiketie, he's kind of on the edge. 77 overall. He could get a like 2 or 3 year deal maybe. And Grady Jarrett is still here, making $20 million. I did trade David Onyemata. By the way, we did switch to a 4-3. I usually like to do 4-3. I think it sims better most of the time. I've watched some other people's rebuilds where they're like, yeah, people tell me to do a 3-4 and use the Vikings or Rams playbooks, and it doesn't seem to really work for them. So I tend to stick to 4-3. Leonard Floyd for Grady Jarrett. JK in the roster isn't that important to start. Yeah, for sure. This first year, I think I will see how Penix does, but I think long term, just like having you for one go off for a couple years, and then I don't know, just building the entire roster up for the most part. Right now, we actually have negative cap space, and that's funny because the last time I looked, which was yesterday, and I didn't make any changes at all, we had like 300K positive space. So I don't know how we got into the negative. I don't know how that happened. Literally all I did was change your number. Actually, I had to switch you and Shadow because I had Shadow at 14. Yeah, the jersey number change. That cost $980,000. All right. Great. Okay. It's just that many people buying your jersey, Mullet. Come on, man. The team had to pay for the number change because you're so popular. We're selling out of Hands of McGee jerseys. We need more. Linebackers, we did get Cody Simon. He'll be a backup. Just it's so hard to develop normal dev players. It's just probably not going to happen. J.D. Bertrand, I think the same deal. He's already 25. So I did bring back Deion Jones just to have him around. Rashaan Evans was actually the lone practice squad player that I kept. Because in real life, they changed the practice squad rules during 2020 to allow players of any age or experience to be on the practice squad. But in Madden, you still can't add veterans to the practice squad. However, when you start a franchise, it'll have guys still on the practice squad. So, whatever. Alright, Gary. You have a good one, too. We will be seeing you stream here shortly. Tomorrow night. Very good. Corner, I did draft. I still don't know how to say his name. It's like Savoon. I'm gonna look up pronunciation real fast. It's not Siobhan. Pronunciation. Savone. Here's a video right here. And it brought up a Yahoo page. Okay.
Getting some of that. Alright, so housekeeping business to start with. Alright, so everybody, dating back to when you
everyone pay attention,
has been pronounced it as Siobhan Rebel. And that's, you know, obviously that's how it's spelled. But that's not the correct pronunciation. So it is Savone Rebel.
Savone Rebel.
Savone Rebel. It is Rebel. I thought it was like Revel. So I was completely wrong. Okay. Savone Rebel. Foff is here. Gary's partially here. Savone. Yes. Did sign Elijah Molden to a 2-year deal. I'm not sure he'll be a starter for 2 years. Do have MD. Jesse Bates moving to strong safety. We did also draft Nick Emanwuri. So he's actually my 3rd sub linebacker, so he'll play a little more than normal. But he's going to have a starting spot soon. And ideally, I should just make him a starter now. But we'll get a year out of Elijah Molden. Or maybe trade him at the deadline, who knows. Still have opinion. Should I do some sort of intro? At the 27-minute mark. What's going on, YouTube? I'm just kidding. But actually, I'm not kidding. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the Madden stream. Alright. You know what? I am just going to post the entire VOD. I don't care. There is no intro. The intro is a lie. The whole thing was the intro the entire time. We can look at the practice squad. It sure is a practice squad. Maybe Alex Austin could end up being a starter down the line. Make sure to tell somebody you love them. I'll catch you in the next one. Shaves head. Yeah. Tim's not so bad. I mean, Tim has okay, let me restart. So I'm Tim let me try that again. Tim doesn't do the like YouTube voice. Like he has an intro and he sticks to it, but he doesn't do the "What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another Tim the Tapman video here on YouTube. Please be sure." Oh, he does say be sure to like and subscribe. But, yeah. Okay, you know, that's why I said okay. He's not bad, but you know, I don't know. If people are on YouTube, do you think there's people like I'm sure people still follow him in mass, like weekly, right? How many new followers do you suppose Tim gets on a like daily basis? Now I'm sidetracked again. Maybe like that. I'm sure a lot. Okay, anyway. Here's the offense. We got Mullet. Mullet's in the game. It's Haynes McGee. He's an X factor. He's pretty good. Also, I don't know if all the ratings I changed saved, because I feel like Madden does a horrible job when you edit player ratings of saving all the ratings. I'm pretty sure, like, you're blocking. I'm pretty sure I put that up higher. The route running seems like it could have been a little higher. You are a top 30 wide receiver, though. And we also have Drake London and Mooney and Shadow. So, should have a pretty good passing attack with Michael Penix. Bijan should be pretty good in the run game as well. Humans here. The offensive line, to a degree, a little bit Not really revamped, but a couple changes anyway. Defensively, we brought in Khalil Mack, switched to a 4-3. Deion Jones is back. Elijah Molden's here. Nick Eamon-Warry's here. Savone Revel Jr.'s here from the draft. That's about it with the team. Let's get into year number 2, technically. The 2025 season. Alright. there's enough of an intro. I'll do an early heads up for my lunch break at noon. Okay. I gotta run home to get lunch and feed the cats and dogs. Be back later. No later than 12:30. Okay. I'll keep streaming, but maybe I will take a quote-unquote break. Or maybe it'll be in the off-season and I can catch you up and get back. Alright, I got you. Well, let's go ahead and get right into Season 1. Let's go ahead and get right into it, guys. It's been 31 minutes. I don't think there's anything left to do as in terms of prep. I think the team's set up, the league's set up, the settings, everything, scouting is going to be a random draft class. It's not going to be a 2026 Arch Manning class. I don't think we need that. So let's get to it. Game number 1, Carolina Panthers. We lose by 5. Nothing to talk about. Okay, game number 2 against Colts. We win by 8. Alright. Well, 1-1. 8-9, here we come. Gunnar Helm's got an upgrade. Charles Grant, backup left guard with an upgrade. I like him for this class. I think he's probably a day 2 type of prospect. I don't know if he'll go day 2, but he's got some flexibility in terms of what position he could play. Was a left tackle. I'm playing him here at guard. Of course, I'm not really playing him. He's a backup in the simulation, so he's not actually ever going to play, sadly. But we can start negotiating with some players. We only have 21 million in cap space currently, which means Kyle Pitts is probably the first priority. Although Mullet is also here. Uh-oh. Okay. Mullet wants more money, actually, than Kyle Pitts, so for the first negotiation of the rebuild, I guess we're going to re-sign Mullet to a massive contract. Did you say massive? Hello. I'm just kidding. My input. Bees. Give you a very team-friendly deal, so you don't break the bank. How much do you want? Wait, oh, it's like 35 million. Wait, 2 years? Oh, 2 years. 2 years. You're asking for 35 minutes, right? Resign myself, obviously. If Katie's next. Trade Pitts for hopefully a good haul. Trade Pitts. It could be done. I gotta pay attention to the trade deadline, not sim past it. Could be done. We do have Gunnar Helm, who has, does he have, I think he has hidden dev, which I assume is star. Gunnar season. Well, let's offer you this. We only have 3.3 million remaining. We should be able to get off of Kirk Cousins' contract in the off season, but I don't know for sure still, just how it works in the game. And you want more money, alright. Well, I offered you more than you wanted. Or more than you asked for. Come on, man. Let's see how much Bijan has an option. We'll probably pick that up. MD wants 2.5 million. I only want 1 million. I'm pretty bad. I guess I didn't boost my rating at all. Human wants 2 million. Gary and Pfaff want 2.5 million a year. Shadow wants 3.3 million. This is not a good cap situation. we only, we only got 3.3 million to go around at the moment, and I still have to give you more. And I wasn't planning on keeping Khalil Mack past this year. It was just kind of a nice. The ability to get him for a year was nice, so we did it. Corbett potentially can be upgraded. Caden Ellis would be nice to keep around. He's going to regress slightly. Ebikadi has no interest, and neither does Pitts, by the way. Which means they'd cost more money. It might come to the point where we could trade both these guys. I don't know. We'll see what the record's looking like. That could obviously be a big factor. But as of right now, we were not able to sign anybody. Meanwhile, the Vikings re-signed Sam Darnold. They like to do that and then still play J.J. McCarthy sometimes. If the ratings are close enough to each other, they will play McCarthy because he has the QB of the future tag. I do like tags. I don't think they do enough, though. But, oh well. We'll keep simming. Hopefully get some wins. And we lose to the Saints. Well. Ebikadi does have an upgrade. This could be just to help his trade value. Wisebot still doing its job. Yo, shout out Wisebot. Shout out the bots. The day ones. They've been here as long as I have. See if we can beat the Jets. I think they drafted one of the quarterbacks. Either Shador or Cam Ward. We do beat the Jets, so we're 2-2. And I should probably offer you another contract, by the way. Big upgrade to Michael Penix. I would like to go improviser, but I'd prefer to make him a scheme fit first if we can. And we do. "25 years old. He's the 27th ranked QB. It'll be interesting to see how much he develops before his next contract. Because I can see a world where we do win a lot, and he gets to be really good, and he develops a lot, and he's like so expensive that we have to consider not paying him. But I also see him being like an 80, and it's like, well, we probably should just keep him. But then, will the team be doing that well? I don't know. Many questions. And will we even be able to pay him? I don't know. Where'd you go? Here you are. Well, we're gonna have to give you a little more money here. Let's try this. 2 years for... I could offer... Well... I think this is good. This should be good. You're starting to like it. Mullet, you're making $1 million this year, and I'm offering you 18 and a half, and you're like, eh. It's okay, I guess. Cut him. He might be like a Fields, not high rating, but sticks around anyway. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the way upgrading goes. Again, I hate to bring up Madden 12. Actually, I love to bring up Madden 12. I do it all the time. The Madden 12 upgrade system, it just happens organically in the off season, based on how you performed. It's so nice. It's not just this arbitrary, well, you gain some XP from some goals. Here's a bucket. And it's like, oh yeah, I can spend my skill point on this bucket. Shout out RVT. And then, once you hit 27 years old, oh, you started regressing a tiny bit. And now your skill points are going to come less frequently. Oh man, Madden 12, Madden 12. Can we get back in the win column? We can't. We beat the 49ers 35-31. It's a nice win. We have a DB breakout. Will this be Savone Ravel? It'll be AJ Terrell. 2 deflections and a pick. I mean, that's attainable. I don't know what the new goals could be, so we'll go with this, I guess. Is this to go to X Factor? I think he's a superstar. That could be massive. We'll try to negotiate with you again. $38 million now, 19 mil per year. I think free agency will be better for me in the long run. Oh, okay. I might have to franchise tag you. Which, in fairness, if we were to sign, say, Ebikady and Ellis, I don't know if I want to sign Ellis. Franchise tag on a 32-year-old. It might have to happen. I don't know. Let's see what Pitts has done so far. Surely that's happened before, but I'm just used to seeing it on first contracts. What's the oldest player to be franchise tagged? That's a good question. Kyle Pitts. He is doing Kyle Pitts things. 40 yards a game and 1 touchdown through, is it 5 games we've played? We are 3-2. We at least have a winning record at the moment. I don't know if I want to trade him. But I do think re-signing Ebikady is worth it for 2 years. But the thing about him is he doesn't have any interest. Caden Ellis has interest. He's 30. They're going to be about the same overall next year. What else do we have at linebacker? We have, who's our other linebacker? Troy Anderson. Oh, okay, yeah. We probably need to keep Caden Ellis, to be honest. Let's go ahead and offer on him. It's only 8 mil per. I think this isn't a bad deal, even if he regresses a bit. Alright, so he's going to stay. That leaves us with 13 mil. Do we keep Ebikady or Pitts? And they may say no. They could both say no, because they have no interest. They're both about the same price. It might take all 13 million though. You've already said trade Pitts. Ebikady is 26. He's not gonna reach mid 80 overalls though. Trade both for a high pick. Do I have any extra picks? Because I did trade. I feel like I traded McGarry. Let's see. I do not have any extra picks. How did I manage that? I don't know. Did I just trade? Maybe I traded him and a pick for a higher pick? Maybe that's what I did. Oh, I know what I did. Yeah, I did do that because I got both guys in the secondary. I got Ravel and Eamon Worry. Yeah. But I didn't get any extra future picks. Well, let's consider it. Kyle Pitts. The penalty on Pitts, 10 million. I don't love that. He's also only 24. Ebikady would be easier to trade. Keep in mind though, even doing this, I have to replace him with a. Well, we could just move one of these guys over, I guess. Actually, you know what? I'm down to trade Ebikady, I guess. Before I do that, yeah, that doesn't save much for this year, but Before we go and trade Arnold, let's try and re-sign Pitts. And if he says no, we could turn that attention to Katie. This is weirdly structured. He wants a lot more bonus than salary. So 12 million a year, I'd be okay with that for. It's not like he's going to get worse, you know. 5 years, 60. I'd sign today if there was some way to improve how the team aligns with my interest. He doesn't have the interest to sign. Okay, so is there anyone else I should be considering? Not Corbett. Grady wants 12 million, but he's 32. He's going to regress as well with only star. Oh, Troy Anderson's also a free agent. I think we'd probably let him test. There's all of our crew that are backups. And then Bijan has the option, which we will pick that up. I think the next best thing is to just try and keep Arnold. We will oh, I can't offer him. I can't offer him because we offered on Pitts. I think. That's annoying. Let's wait till next week. I don't think... when's the trade deadline? Week 8? Maybe? 7? I don't think it's 6. Madden 12, it tells you, by the way, on the screen, when it's the trade deadline week. Just saying, just saying. NFL trade deadline week. Week 9, as of last year, at least. So that should be reflected in the game. We'll go ahead and sim, see if we can get revenge on the Saints. They already beat us this year. Birthday drinking game, drink every time he says Madden 12. Don't do it to yourself. It's not worth it. Did he hit the goal or not, coach? I don't think so based on this. Yeah. It's hard to tell. Is it because I don't even know if we won the game yet. Did we win? Is that what that means? We won, but he just didn't hit his goal. No, we lost by 17. Okay, dude. Alright, man. Yeah, okay. Go ahead and auto all these. Haven't had any practice squad shenanigans yet. I'm sure it's to come. We're not going to offer Pitts. We're going to see if we can offer Ebikadi. We can't. Alright, well, Arnold, I would have offered you after offering Pitts, but we can't, so... Madden. I don't remember having these problems in Madden 12. Takes drink. Alright, Arnold, let's see where we can ship you off to, buddy. How is he doing, even? He could have, like, 10 sacks. I don't know. Oh, or he has 1.5. Okay. Well... Cardinals run a 3-4. That's odd that they signed... I mean, it's Madden. Madden's going to sign whoever they want to sign. Cowboys. They've got some young edge guys that I kind of like. So this may not be the best move. Most realistic move. Eagles kept Milton Williams. 49ers. Might be a good spot. Second rounder. They have no interest. Well, first of all, is there any team that has green interests? Only a couple teams have yellow, it seems. Cowboys have yellow. They had Dante Fowler still. Try to get their second round pick. Okay. It's not a great trade, to be honest, but it is what it is. I don't know if I'm going to get through season 1 here before you got to take a break, but next man up, yeah. That'll be Brandon Dorless over Zach Harrison, I think. It's not too hard to replace 1.5 sacks. But that's Madden simulation for you. We are talking about a guy who's had 6 sacks each of the last 2 years, I guess. So, all right, let's keep simming. I don't think we have enough cap space to really sign somebody that would make an impact. So we'll just keep going. We do beat the Vikings. It's kind of been doomy and gloomy with the contract negotiations, but for the most part, the team's doing pretty well. Keep upgrading Michael Penix. Yeah, but ability. When did Michael Penix become a superstar? Offensive Player of the Week plus Superstar Dev. That can happen? Okay. Well, Michael Penix is a superstar. That changes my outlook on him a little bit. I guess that could help Kyle Pitts a little bit. Sure, why not? Michael Penix is a superstar. As far as signing defensive end, I don't think it's worth it to sign a vet at this point. I mean, I could check it out, but one, we still have like no cap space. Kendrick Miller could throw him on the practice squad. Actually, wouldn't be too bad as a backup running back, but if he's still there in like week 17, I'll sign him to the practice squad. Defensive ends. Yeah, I mean, none of these guys are really even better than Dorless or Zach Harrison. Samson Ubicom, Taquan Lewis, Carl Lawson, Lorenzo Carter. He's coming back. That's a little bit of a surprise that he's there. He's only 71 overall. It's not too surprising. Alright, we'll keep simming. Team's 4-3, and Michael Penix is a superstar all of a sudden. We do lose to the Bills. It's not shocking. I want to do, speaking of Bills, I was thinking about doing a some sort of ratings video before the NFL season starts, after the draft, obviously. Not like a video for every team like TFG does, but just essentially why am I forgetting the words? I can't think. Power rankings. Like a power rankings video before the season starts. I think that could be fun. And then people can yell at me in the comments, I can't believe you're too low or too high on this team. And I'll say, well, here's my thoughts and my breakdown, blah, blah, blah. And then I'll be in Discord just fuming. We do beat the Cardinals, by the way. That's a nice win. Although they were like 1-6 before that. We'll keep going. Don't want to do a speed run or anything, but it is 1 minute till noon, so. I shall return. Alright, Mullet. We lose by a point. Just like that. Well. What to do in the meantime? I don't know. I could honestly play another franchise for a little bit. Because I don't want to advance too far without Mullet being here. Even though the VOD will exist. Cardinals are 1-8, by the way. Titans are 8-1. Chiefs are 3-6. Browns are 0-10. Let's go. Browns are 0-10. Oh, that's funny. By the way, we have the 5th ranked offense currently in the NFL. We have the 26th ranked defense. Yikes. Penix is playing pretty well. Probably too many picks would be my criticism. Bijan's having an okay season. Somehow Ray McLeod is getting 11 carries as our wide receiver 4. I don't know why. Cuban's got a couple touchdowns, only averaging 2.3 per carry. Oof. Mullet has a rushing touchdown. And leads the team in receiving yards and touchdowns. Pretty good from London and Mooney. Pitts with the 1 touchdown. Just doing Kyle Pitts things. Cuban's got a couple catches. I've got 2 catches. Let's go. Doing some worthwhile blocking out there, I'm sure. Offensive line. Jake Matthews giving up 8 sacks isn't ideal. Everyone else is pretty good. Troy Anderson leading the team in tackles. Kind of disappointing on Caden Ellis' part. But good on Troy Anderson's part. Maybe we look to re-sign, or, well, I don't know if it would let me, because the offer to Pitts might have broken my ability to offer on anybody else. Sacks. Okay, Khalil Mack at least has 8. Braylon Trice got 1. This may not be the defensive playbook I stay in. I think I'm using KC offense, Cleveland defense. Younghoe Koo has 2 misses and they were both blocked field goals. Oh man, having a great season. Human helping out on special teams a little bit. Interesting. Lamar leading the league in passing yards, and Bo Nix. I almost said Bryce Young up here. Where's Russ? Russ is with the Jets. Interesting. Where do you think Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers will sign? Leave a comment down below. Jalen Milroe, 18 picks. My goodness. Can't stop launching picks. Well, now I don't feel too bad about Penix having 18 touchdowns to 11 picks. Now Milroe has 18. My goodness. Look at the sub 60 completion percentage too. Jeez. Yikes. Jonathan Taylor leading the league in rushing. I like that. Any surprises? Tyler. Oh yeah. I traded Algier to the Raiders. He's having an okay season. He has more yards than Bijan. Would like Bijan to be closer to like 4.5 yards a carry, or even closer to 5, ideally. But DeAndre Hopkins with the Panthers Second in the league in yards with 7 touchdowns. How about Devon Vele? Probably playing in the slot at 6'5". 800 yards, 17 yards a catch, and 8 touchdowns. Interesting stuff. Christian Kirk up here. Mullet's up here. Zaire Franklin. Bit of a tackle merchant at this point. Myles Garrett leading the league in sacks. Aiden Hutchinson, Greg Rousseau, Dexter Lawrence. Pretty accurate stuff, I would say. Except for Harold Landry, maybe. Just the shot at Harold Landry, man. So many people pointed at him as being like this massive, horrible signing. I don't think it's that bad. When you factor in like Dio Denbo got 16 million per from the Bears, Harold Landry getting like 11 from the Patriots doesn't seem bad to me. I don't know. It's like people are expecting him to have like 2 sacks next year. I don't know. I don't know what's changed exactly with the. I don't think he's an amazing pass rusher. But the narrative of like, oh, well, he's been hurt and oh, he's just washed. I don't think that's true. I don't think he was worth keeping at his current contract. I think that's why the Titans were willing to move on from him. But he did have, I don't know, sacks aren't everything, but he broke out in 2021, had 12 sacks. Then he missed all of 2022. Came back the last 2 seasons, 10.5 sacks, 9 sacks. If he's about a 10 sack guy for the Patriots next year, he'd be the best pass rusher they've had. No, well, I guess I had Judon 2 years ago, but he got hurt 2 years ago. Probably Matthew Judon of 3 years ago. He'll be their best pass rusher since then. It's not bad. Well, while Mullet's gone, let's pause the Falcons rebuild here. Let's just take a look at, instead of doing another franchise, let's just look at the roster. I haven't done any adjustments to it, but you know what I could do? I could try to download a current roster, so we can just look at the teams. I'm sure there is one. Like this one, 2025 accurate. Let's hope. Do you have to load it after the fact? I think. 2025 accurate ratings. Whatever that means. Well. Did bro just copy like the base roster of the game and upload it? We talking about 2025 accurate ratings. Keyword 2025. How are these sorted, dude? Maybe try off season. All updates. I mean, none of these have any downloads. I'll try it. If this one doesn't work, I'll just give up on looking for a roster. So you can delete this one. I guess I did start making a roster, but I only got through quarterbacks, so. And there's still some pretty important quarterbacks that have not signed. Bro. Why are we just uploading the roster, man? Whatever. Just give me the base roster. Is this the base roster? I think so. Anyway, let's look at Daniel Jones' face for a second. The potential starting quarterback of the Indianapolis Colts in 2025, Daniel Jones. Don't feel great about it, not gonna lie. I get, like, oh, all Anthony has to do is beat out Daniel Jones. But the Colts last year showed they're already willing to bench him. And if he gets benched for Daniel Jones, he's probably not going to start again here. And I think that sucks. I don't think that's deserved. Obviously he hasn't been great. What am I listening to right now? I guess my playlist ended. Thought I had it on repeat. There we go. I don't know, man. Don't love it. What else have the Colts done? They got Travarius Ward. Happy about that one. 87, man. Wow. And then Cameron Bynum from the Vikings. Just 82. Little surprised, Julian Blackman? Why does it sound wrong? Yeah. Little surprised he's still a free agent. Number 32. 32? Am I crazy? I can't think of his name and I can't picture him with that number. Am I insane? I think this guy's losing it. Yeah, he's 32. I don't know why that seems wrong. Probably because I'm still attached to Edgerrin James after 20 years of him being gone. That could be. Let's see. Colts added Khalil Herbert. 76 in Madden. Not a bad depth running back pickup. Haven't done anything at tight end. Mo is a free agent. Granson actually signed with the Eagles. I was surprised. So right now we have Woods, Mallory, and Ogletree. I'm not excited about it, man. Not really excited about it. If Tyler Warren's there, regardless of who else is there, I think Tyler Warren's the pick. If he's off the board and Colston Loveland's there, I think you strongly have to consider him. If you don't take tight end at 14, I don't know, man. I'm not saying whoever we take is going to turn into Kelsey or Kittle or Tony Gonzalez or Antonio Gates, but like we need somebody that's not going to have like 10 catches. You know what I mean? Can we get somebody that can actually catch the ball? Offensive line, we did let Ryan Kelly go, going to Tanner Bortolini. Did let Will Fries go. Both of them actually went to the Vikings. Did keep Braden Smith. I was actually thinking we might move on from him because of the cap hit, but he restructured. So could have Matt Goncalves play right guard. That could be their plan. I suppose if we draft a guard in the first 3 rounds, that might not be the case, but we've certainly invested a lot in our offensive line. Ryman was a 3rd rounder, I want to say. Yep. Blake Freeland was, I think, a 4th rounder. Yep. Quentin Nelson, of course, was pick 6 in his draft. There it is. Danny Pinter still hanging around. He's been decent when he's played. 5th round pick. Brian Kelly was a 1st round pick. Bortolini was, I think, a 3rd or maybe a 4th. 4th. French re-signed. Wolf Fries might have been a 7th. Yeah. Glowinski. I looked him up the other day. He came from Seattle. I don't have any recollection of him playing with the Seahawks. But he's actually started 17 games for him before the Colts. 2 years with the Giants. Came back and played a few games with the Colts last year. Dalton Tucker, not the greatest. Was an undrafted free agent. I think thrusting him out there when Fries got hurt was probably a mistake. Especially when you had Concalves, who could have played there. But you also had Braden Smith missing some time. So Matt was a 3rd rounder. Braden Smith, I think, was a 2nd or 3rd. He was a 2nd. Defensive line, Ubicom, right now still under contract. Dio left for the Bears. Quiddy Pay's on 5th year option. There's Latu, Tyquan Lewis. I guess technically another contract season. Pretty much every year for him is a contract season, seems like. Just hanging around. Buckner and Stewart. Cut Raekwon. Taven Bryan's a free agent. We signed Neville Gallimore, who played with the Commanders? Was it the Cowboys? Where did Neville Gallimore play last year? I can't think of it. I don't know. Is he even listed at defensive tackle? He's not. Must have been a 3-4 defense. Unless I'm just not seeing him. Oh, here he is. Oh, the Rams. You know, as soon as I see that, I can picture it in my head, but okay. Rams could really use like a Kenneth Grant would be an awesome pick for their defense. You may not want to like have to invest a high pick in the defensive front again, but other than corner, that's pretty much what they need. Kept Alaric Jackson. I guess I hadn't watched much Rams in the last year because I thought Joe Noteboom was still starting. They paid him to be the starter, but I thought he was still starting. I hadn't realized Alaric Jackson had become a pretty good left tackle. Yeah, he even started 15 games in 2023. I guess I don't know where I was. I guess not watching Rams games. Avila, they traded away Jonah Jackson. He's going to have to continue to play right guard, I'm assuming, for the Bears. So I don't know how that's going to work. He played left guard with the Lions. Avila was going to play center. That seemed odd when it first happened. When the Rams signed Dotson and Jackson, it seemed kind of odd because they let, oh gosh, the Rams center from 2 years ago, Brian Allen, they let him go, and then they also drafted Bo Limmer, who I was kind of high on. Ended up being a 6th-round pick, so not like an obvious starter candidate, but it's like, well, if he's going to be the center, then you got Avila, and you're paying Dotson, and you're paying Jackson. So you probably didn't need to get both these guys, but and we see that as they traded Jackson. But anyway, back to the Colts. Linebacker, we haven't done anything. Grant Stewart signed with the Lions. EJ Speed still a free agent. He could come back. If the market's not really there for him, I wouldn't be surprised if he comes back. Right now, Carlisle is probably in line to be the number 2 linebacker, with Alubi playing. Corner, obviously Traverse Ward, I already pulled him up. Big addition. You really don't want to have to rely on these 3 guys to be, like, one of them has to be a star corner. Jalen Jones was good at times last year. Womack kind of limited because of the size, as well as like Kenny Moore. You don't want Kenny playing like one-on-one against Justin Jefferson, you know. Jalen Jones, at least from a physical standpoint, could compete a little better. Not that Kenny couldn't compete, but you know, if you lob it up to T. Higgins, I'd rather have Jalen Jones on him than Kenny. We'll see about Juju Brents as well. Hurt all last season. Sucks. It's just the way she goes, I guess. And then Cam Bynum in, just Julian Blackman out. I really want to say Justin Blackman. It's not the receiver for the Jaguars from 15 years ago. It's just not. Anyway, that's a quick look at the Colts' potential roster for Madden 26. Oh boy. Saw the leak of the college football 26 cover. Got some Ohio State guys, got the Michigan freshman QB. Speaking of Colts, before Mullet gets back here, here is my active Colts franchise where I'm actually playing the games. I know, imagine that. I am 7-2. Actually did lose a couple. And you might be able to tell why. We have the number 1 ranked offense, number 31 ranked defense. So Anthony playing pretty well. I did throw a pick 6 in the last game that made it much closer than it should have been. A.J. McCarron's gotten a little bit of run. And running the ball, I'll tell you what, the last game I played, which was a couple nights ago, could not run the ball at all. I mean, I couldn't even get through the line of scrimmage. I don't know if they tweaked something this late in the season, but like running with Anthony was actually impossible. I could not get into the open field. Saved my life. I've also taken a lot of sacks. It is what it is. But overall, the run game's been pretty darn good between Taylor and Richardson for the season. And then receiving's been pretty balanced. I'm not able to get the ball to Pittman as much, but he's much more of a red zone threat, which makes sense. I actually started the season with Chase Claypool as my starting tight end. Thought I'd give him a chance. Where did I trade him off to? Was it Steelers? No, because they have Fairmouth. Oh, it was the Saints. If I can get there. There we go. There he is. He was having an okay season, but I felt like if I could get some value for him, I would trade him. And I think I got a couple of depth picks. And after that, I was able to bring Kylan Granson back. Turned to Jelani Woods. I did the thing I don't want the Colts to do. I didn't bring in a tight end. I liked the idea of Claypool's speed, which is why I brought him in. But I wasn't really able to get him out in the open field much, so moved him, went to Jelani Woods, and he's been productive. Obviously, I'm running the ball a lot. I'm looking for the top 3 receivers a lot. It's kind of a college. It really is a college offense, especially with Anthony. So, you see sacks. Starting on Calvis, I did move on from Braden Smith. I also moved on from Ryan Kelly, but I did, and Will Fries, but I did draft Will Campbell to help lessen that blow a little bit. Dorian Williams was a nice pickup. He ends up being available in free agency. I don't know why. He's like a 74 young linebacker. The Bills like to cut. Any surprises on the defense? Jonathan Owens is starting. Let Blackman go. Carrington Valentine, another young player that the Packers always cut. Marquise Bell's hanging around. Some guys I just kept because I didn't want to take the cap penalty, like Raekwon. He's just not really playing. And we're not getting a ton of sack production either, which is disappointing. A fair amount of picks, I would say. Not bad. Matt Gay's been good. I had one that I just completely whiffed on. That was terrible, but... yeah, going pretty well. The last game... where's schedule? I think I won by a point. Yeah, beat the Texans by a point. Started off with a loss, that's always fun, to the Chargers. Whooped up on the Titans. Obviously you can see I can score, but defense is lacking. Lost at Seattle as well. Took it out on the Texans. Jaguars game was pretty close. I think this was a comeback win as well, if I remember right. Yeah, 37 points in the fourth quarter. Pretty good with Anthony other than the pick. I say I can't run it all with him, but he did have 66 yards. I feel like some of those carries, though, it was like I just got to the line of scrimmage, and then a guy shed a block and made the tackle immediately. It can be very difficult to run. Touchdowns for Downs, Woods, Pittman. I want to get A.D. Mitchell involved more, but it's just tough to put him out there over any of these guys. Gave up 3 more sacks. I did actually go to Carlisle's over Williams. They're similar overall. I don't see Williams. He didn't even play, I guess. I don't know. Matt Gay was clutch, 4-4. Don't punt very much. I don't go for it in like horrible situations, but if it's 4th and short, I'm usually going for it. We got Anthony and we got Jonathan Taylor. I mean, come on. And we got Patrick Ricard. Let's run the freaking football. Brought back both Zach Moss and Naheem Hines. Jalen Royals in the draft. Jack Nelson in the draft. Kandra. Jake Majors. Gave Dalton Tucker a face. Brought in Joseph Osai just for depth. None of these guys really play behind the starters. Ezaraku also probably won't develop much. Ty Hamilton in the drafts. Brandon Eccles. Could be playing Marquise Bell. He's a slightly better athlete. Although his agility's changing directions pretty low. Does have a size advantage over Jonathan Owens. And then picks. We did pick up some extra picks, which should set up the team nicely for the future as well. I don't know what else I'm going to want to add. Probably a running back to take some of the carries away from Taylor, so I don't have to rely on Taylor as much. A tight end, finally. It will be 100% time to get a tight end. Um, pass rushers, maybe 2 even, depending on if Latu can get past star. D tackle, yeah, getting older. Linebacker, probably gonna have to find 3 linebackers at some point. Dorian Williams probably just gonna be too expensive to keep. For a 25-year-old, I'd rather draft somebody. Corner, wasn't able to upgrade corner either. I am relying on these guys. Where'd oh, I traded Womack. Forgot that. Traded him to the Cowboys. How about them Cowboys? He is playing over Kalen Carson. Although he has a future starter tag, so maybe not. Ooh, even worried at the Cowboys. I kind of like that. See, I did a mock draft last night. I think. It was the first one I've really done since my video. Let's see, where's that mock draft at? Did I post it? Yes, yeah, there it is. I do have, let's see, I had Tyler Warren going at 7 to the Jets in this one. So, Colts taking Colston Loveland at 14. Nick Eamon worried to the Falcons, by the way. The only team need in my evaluation that I didn't match up to who they took in the first round, and not just like their number 1 need, but like one of their top 4 needs, in my opinion. I had the Ravens taking James Pierce at 27. I think they could use an edge guy. That's probably their 5th need for me, right? Oh, I am returned. Welcome back, Mullet. Just to finish up on that thought about the Ravens. Back out of my Colts franchise here, get back into Falcons. Let's see, my needs for the Ravens are as follows. Not in order necessarily. Right guard, which right now is Daniel Falele and Ben Cleveland. Linebacker, they do have Roquan. Trenton Simpson's not bad. They don't really have much depth after that. Corner, they could definitely use a corner. Marlon Humphrey, Nate Wiggins. After that, maybe Jalen Armour Davis gets a chance. TJ Tampa. And then even safety, Kyle Hamilton. Ardarius Washington actually has played pretty well. But I mean, they're a good team, right? Good teams don't have many obvious needs. So to say edge as a need, they do have Owe still. They still have Van Noy. Tavius Robinson's probably a guy that is a bit of an unknown to some. David Ajabo's hanging around. If that was their group of 4, I'd be like, yeah, they could add an edge. But they also have Adisa Isaac. So to take James Pierce with that edge group kind of would be a luxury in my opinion, which is why I say it's the only fit that didn't match a team need for me. But if he ends up being their number 1 edge guy in a year, then, you know, it'll be worth it. Anyway, I'll try to do timestamps for the VOD, but we are back into Falcons franchise, and we are currently 5-5, so we are well on our way to being 8-9. Negotiations have not gone well. Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon Jinn are smirking, talking about negotiations. And we are now 6-5, though. We beat Seattle. You were right about one thing, Master. Negotiations were short. Oh, thanks, Obi-Wan. Yeah, it's just so funny. Such a funny little guy. I like how Obi-Wan says that after they were, the Trade Federation attempted to poison them and is invading an entire planet. The negotiations were short. Alright, Obi-Wan. Yeah. Thanks for that. Let's keep the wins a-coming. Actually, we got a bye week. Actually, wait. Whoopsie. Good old Star Wars, am I right? Maybe one of these years I'll get a Star Wars watch party formed. We lose to the Dolphins by a field goal. That's a tough one. I would love to watch the Star Wars movies with y'all folks. Didn't mean to click on Jace McClellan there. I meant to click on Michael Penix, our superstar quarterback. If you're clicking through the VOD and you missed that, he did become a superstar. And somehow he's not a scheme fit, but now he is a scheme fit again. Okay. Alright, buddy. What does he need to upgrade? Mostly. I mean, a little bit of everything, obviously, but he's looking pretty good at the moment. He's still 27th ranked, actually. That's what he was earlier. Upgrade for Bijan, Clark Phillips. The computer handle those. Playing the Rams this week, and we win again, 7-6. The 8-9 prediction is still looming large. I think that could very well happen. Savone Rebel. Definitely need to upgrade that zone coverage. And he gets +1. So we'll be upgrading that zone coverage for the next 3 or 4 skill points. And boy. Take on the Panthers. And we lose. I think we got swept by the Panthers this year. I'm on the phone right now, so sorry if you're talking. Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good. Let me type that. Eight, 9, or 9 and 8, looking very realistic. Yes. At 7 and 7, it's certainly possible. As long as we don't lose out. I would hate to lose out and finish 7 and 10 and be even worse. Especially when I set my season prediction at 7 wins. At least we hit 7. We're top 10 in scoring. As we beat the Patriots, there's the 8 wins. Made it to 8. Yeah, Eamon Worry definitely will have to start next year. Michael Penix, another upgrade. Let's go improviser. And of course that takes away his scheme fit. Of course. 2 break sack, 3 accuracy short. If he has a good enough season, he could potentially go to X Factor. That would be a stunning development. To have him go to star, from star to superstar, X Factor. But we got 2 more games left. Hopefully we can make the playoffs at this point. We get a huge win against Jaden Daniels. Improved to 9 and 7. We avoided the 8 and 9 curse, the Madden curse. Let's auto all these. And we can look one last time at negotiating. You know, Kyle Pitt, he didn't lock us out. What if I take the years down? Because he's only asking for 3 years. And offer him a little more money. I don't even know if this is wise to do at this point, but... Kyle Pitts is going to sign. Okay. Kyle's going to be here for at least 2 more years. Yeah, I'll look at the playoff picture. Well, we still got to get you re-signed. Imagine not re-signing Mullet in the Mullet birthday Falcons rebuild. That would be a disaster. I might have made that very hard to do by re-signing Kyle Pitts, but we'll figure something out. Playoff picture, yeah. We are the 4 right now. Any surprises? I mean, the Bears being 6 isn't a huge surprise, I guess. No Vikings. 49ers the 1 seed. Broncos 1 seed in the AFC. Raiders are in here. Titans are in here. Colts are in here. Jets are in here. No Chiefs. No Bills. Okay. No Ravens. Okay. Or no, Ravens are 5. Interesting, nonetheless. So let's go to standings. Get a better sense of if we're actually going to make the playoffs or not. We have not locked up a spot even with 1 week to go, so that's concerning. We play the Bucks. So if we win, we're in, obviously. We'll have 10 wins. If we lose, the Bucks would win the division, and we would need some help. So hopefully we just win. Ah, boy. It seems like this always happens with your division. The winner always comes down to week 18, and winner gets a home playoff game, loser goes home and no playoffs. So cross your fingers, here we go! Will we make the playoffs in year 1? As we wait for simulation. We do lose, but we get in and we get to have the immediate rematch with Tampa Bay. Okay. Wasn't expecting that, but sure. 2 upgrades for Clark Phillips. 2 in a week. Did he? He's still normal. We need to work on that zone, buddy. Considering you're our nickel. I could see Jade Barron being a really nice pick for them as well still. What do I have listed for the Falcons team needs, by the way, for real life? Falcons receiver. I mean, just sign Mullet. Forehead. Easy. Edge. They did sign Leonard Floyd. I think he can still use an upgrade. Dorless is more of a 3-4 tackle, so I have him included, or sorry, a 3-4 end, so I have him included with the D-line group. But Ebikade, Leonard Floyd, Braylon Trice, D'Angelo Malone's still hanging around, and Zach Harrison. It wouldn't shock me if it was an edge in the first round for them, but I didn't finish listing off all the needs, did I? Wide receiver, edge, corner, and safety. So Mike Hughes is back. You got Terrell and Phillips. Right now, DeMarco Helms will be your number 2 safety. So that probably you'd want to upgrade that. He's off the phone. He's listening. So a rematch from last week will take on the Buccaneers again. I'm curious what the score was. Oh wait, it says we lost by 6. I'm curious of how we actually played in that game. We have some big offers for that Hands Key. Yes, the offers are rolling in. Let's see. Oh, it was in overtime. Overtime. Penix. A lot of carries for the simulation. That is interesting to see. It's also interesting to see Kyle Pitts getting more targets, but still no touchdowns. He got a couple catches in there. Drake London, not much. 14 tackles for Ellis. Oh yeah, we gotta look at season stats. A sack for Khalil Mack. Koo missed a field goal. No! Koo, no! Hate to see it. But let's look at our overall stats here. Penix, a pretty good season, but too many picks, obviously. 20 is not a number you want to see at this point. Yeah, it's a lot of picks. Rushing, Bijan did carve out 1,000 yards, 4.8 per carry. I did say I wanted to see upwards of 4.5, and he hit 4.8 again. So 43 broken tackles as well. Jeez. That's not Michael Penix, that's Jameis Winston. The rare 30 for 30 season he had. What if I told you one quarterback threw 30 interceptions in a single season? That was a tough year. Was that the year right before they signed Tom? I think. Bruce Arians loves to pass the ball, man. Inherits Jameis Winston as he becomes the head coach and tells him, you know what? Just sling it, man. Gunnar Helm, nothing really to speak of. It's just the sim. It's not like he's going to grab 2-3 touchdowns in the sim. And I'd rather those touchdowns go to like Drake London, but as it is though, Mullet, you had an excellent year. You're probably going to win Rookie of the Year. 1,200 yards, 11 touchdowns. You started off kind of slow. You had your first touchdown in Week 5 at the 49ers. But then you also had 3 multi-touchdown games in the span of 4 weeks. Another against the Panthers, and a loss. How many 100-yard games did you have? 1, 2, 3, 4... Only 5? I can't see Week 18, actually. Only 35. But 1,250 yards on the season still. 11 touchdowns. Not bad. Gunnar Helm numbers not great. Good enough season, yeah. Ellis did end up leading in tackles only by 3. The sack numbers, Khalil Mack 11.5 is pretty good. Grady Jarrett 5 is fine. Even Rook Ororo at 3.5 is pretty good. But then nothing else from anyone. So I guess 1.5 from Caden Ellis isn't bad as a middle linebacker, but a decent amount of picks. Molden with 3. He'll have some trade value. If the penalty isn't too bad, I'll look to trade him. Start Eamon Worry. How did he do, by the way? Because I had him playing as the 3rd sub linebacker, but it's not going to get him too many extra reps. Probably 35 tackles and a sack. Definitely would have been smarter to just start him, but I think it's realistic to have him be, the 3rd safety and the rotational linebacker as well. So Koo missed 1 extra point. It was blocked. He missed 4 field goals. 3 of them were blocked. The only kick in the entire season that he actually just missed was in Week 18 when we needed to win to host a playoff game. I'm not saying we lost because of Koo, but come on, man. Well, better learn Chinese, buddy. Insert Adam Silver meme. I guess it's time. One last thing I wanted to check. We were 9th in offensive yards. We ended up 6th in defense. Wow. 7th in points scored. 19th though in points allowed. So our defense was better than I was led on to believe, but we still only finished 9-8. So it is just year 1. We do make the playoffs at 9-8. It's a game better than I predicted. Let's see if we can win a playoff game. This is Penix going into Tampa Bay against Baker Mayfield, and we get the job done. 18-17. 18-17. Wow. As Denver beats the Raiders, Eagles beat Rams, Jets beat Colts. Don't like that. Lions beat Bears, Ravens beat Titans, and Atlanta manages to beat Tampa Bay. Scored 8 points in the fourth. Did we go for 2 to win? We went for 2 to win. Oh my gosh. Jeez. 200 yards from Penix. Pretty good day. Did have a pick. Bijan's eye. Touchdown for Penix on the ground. I still don't get why Ray McLeod's getting carries. I see you, Raheem. Hey, you had the touchdown. Your first playoff touchdown. I didn't even think about me, by the way. I don't know how many catches I ended up with for Shadow. 1 sack allowed. Of course, it's Jake Matthews. Jesse Bates had some tackles. 2 sacks for Mack, 1 for Trice, 1 for Ellis, 1 for Greedy, 1... Nope, not 1 for Bates. But a pick for Clark Phillips. How do we go out and have 5 sacks? Why can't we do that last week? Why can't we do that every week? Man. Awesome win. AFC playoff picture. Ravens at Bengals, Jets at Broncos. NFC, we're taking on the 49ers, and then Lions at Eagles. Oh my. Josh Jacobs had a monster season, by the way. As did Jared Goff. Almond around 1,700 yards. We have some upgrades. Make sure we do that before jumping into the Niners. Shadow with a big upgrade, as well as Braylon Trace. And yeah, I want to check because I don't remember seeing how I did and how Shadow did. Human had 5 rushing touchdowns, by the way. Human had 5 catches, I had 4. Shadow did not get in on offense, unfortunately. He did play 119 snaps, though. Huh. And then defensively, there's MD and Foff, probably toward the bottom. Bertrand only 2 tackles. Dorless only 2 tackles. MD had 4. Foff had 6. Alright, so everybody did, a little bit, contributed. And let's see if we can do it one more time to get to the NFC Championship game. Do we beat the 49ers? We do! 21-17. The miracle Falcons run is happening. We knock off the Niners. Michael Penix an upgrade. Going into the NFC Championship. This is nice to have. He's going to be playing at an 80 overall. With the Superstar Dev. Can I change any of his abilities yet? It's just these couple. I don't know what I'd want to give him. Jukebox used to be so fun. In older Maddens. Maybe Quick Draw. Pitt's near the Super Bowl, but not interested. Oh, we got Pitts re-signed. Thankfully, I guess at this point. Yeah, there's going to be some players that their desire to come back is going to change a little bit. So, wonder how that'll work. Gave him a 3-year extension. I wonder what a real life Kyle Pitts' contract will end up looking like. Curious. Ravens, Jets in the AFC. Eagles, Falcons in the NFC. Just my prediction, because I feel like we're having a great season right now, and it's been real. But if I was going to predict an actual real life prediction here, I would say probably Ravens, Eagles, Super Bowl. But we're gonna go into this. We've made it this far. We're going up against the Eagles, who are second in points per game. We're fifth in some. Oh, we're ninth. Sorry, we're ninth in rushing yards. They're fifth. We allow 0.4 fewer points per game. I hope that made sense. Let's see it. Can we go to the Super Bowl in year one? It would be a first time for everything. Now it has. Oh, did we win? We won! Atlanta upsets the Eagles to claim the NFC Championship. I saw the Eagles logo where it says NFC Champ in the schedule. And then sometimes the score is reversed, but we actually beat the Eagles. We're going to the Super Bowl! Penix is the Offensive Player of the Week. Now, somewhere in here, by the way, he must have won. Yeah, it was week 7 when he had 300 yards and 4 touchdowns. He became a superstar. Will Levis, by the way, was the AFC Player of the Week that week. Interesting. Deshaun Watson for the Rams, by the way. Stafford, I think, retired. That's a big old yikes. There's Will Levis again. Maybe Titans offensive playbook's the way to go. Shador for the Raiders. Jalen Jones, a 3-interception game. Of course, Devontae Adams still on the Jets. Who are we going to be playing in the Super Bowl? And we won't be able to see our Pro Bowlers, if we have any, because we are in the Super Bowl. Any surprises? I guess D-Hop's kind of surprised, but not really at this point. Madden's gonna Madden. Za'Darius Smith's probably surprised. Devontae Wyatt. Devin Bush. Pete Werner. Jonathan Grenard. Good seasons from them. Jay Brown. I don't know who that is. Sauls? I don't know who that is. One game away from ending stream early. Yeah, the rebuild's complete, guys. We did it. Pack it up and go. Never had to worry about those negotiations. The negotiations were short. For some reason, it doesn't show the AFC schedule. I don't know who won the AFC Championship yet, so we'll see. Can't believe we've made it to the Super Bowl. We did win Rookie of the Year. I just got a trophy for that. That is you. We are going to be taking on the Baltimore Ravens. Jair Brown, the Niners? Eagles. I'm mixing up players, I think. Eagles, right? No, that's Sidney Brown. Jair Brown's 49ers, isn't he? Yeah. Okay. I guess I could see that, yeah. Ravens do outscore us on paper. They do pass for more yards. They do run for more yards. They do allow fewer points and fewer passing yards and fewer rushing yards. They are better than us. They do have Lamar Jackson. They do have Derrick Henry. But you know what we have is Mullet. Surely they wouldn't, right? Imagine. We do have the NFC Rookie of the Year. What are your tags? You want a mentor? You want a better state? And a team with historic championships. Interesting. You're playing up to an 89 as an 85. You didn't have an upgrade, but you're, I mean, sounds like a Colt to me. He's going to the Colts in the offseason. He's going to replace Michael Pittman. Or Alec Pierce, I guess. I traded for Alec Pierce in a franchise. I think it was with the Raiders. I think that was before they had traded Devontae Adams in real life. But I traded him and then brought in, I think it was Pierce, Shaheed from the Saints. Maybe a draft pick, I don't remember. That was a fun little trio of receivers. Man, this team has made the Super Bowl. After trading Ebiketie, Braylon Trice up to a 73. I guess I'm glad we kept Pitts at this point. I think that was the right move. By the way, our dev traits, Ravel is a star. Eamon Worry is a star. Was there anything on offense? Any rookies other than you? I don't think... Oh, Helm was a star. Go for 2 in the Super Bowl. Now let me ask you then, would you like to see some of the plays of this game and do the simulation that way, or should I just rip it and advance week? Because the simulation can be... Rip it? Alright. We're ripping it in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Can the Falcons win the Super Bowl in year 1? Drum roll. Drum roll. Is the score flipped? Could it be that the score's flipped? The score was flipped! 38-17! Madden 12 drum roll. The Falcons in year 1 behind Michael Penix are 20-25-26 Super Bowl champions. I can't believe it. This is unreal. It is a little bit. Yeah. It is maybe just a tiny bit. You did win Offensive Rookie of the Year for the entire league, not just the NFC. And Michael Penix is going to snag Super Bowl MVP in year 2 for him. Well, that's pretty incredible. What was the final? It was like 38-17, wasn't it? Yeah, 38-17. How did we do it? Did not need to go for 2. Ravens did not score in the second half. 383 yards. 4 touchdowns. No picks from Penix. Huge game. Bijan was there. You got a 6-year... Holy crap, Mullet! Oh my god! 200 yards and 4 touchdowns. I think maybe you should have won MVP. Holy. I guess 383 and 4 is hard to pass, but 200 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns at a Super Bowl. That's got to be a record. The touchdowns absolutely is. I would guess that the yards is as well. Super Bowl record. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm glad I ripped it and we didn't go into the game. Holy. Wow. I mean, it's not very often you have quarterbacks even throw for 4 touchdowns in a Super Bowl. fact, nobody has scored more than 3 touchdowns in a Super Bowl. I assume you've had quarterbacks pass for 4 or more. I'm not seeing anybody's actually scored more than 3 times, though. Holy moly. Single game record. Most passing yards, by the way, is 505. Brady in 2018. So I wasn't too close to that. I'm having trouble finding the records. Human got a catch in the Super Bowl. Nice Human, 11 yards. Make sure I didn't have a negative yard catch or something. I didn't even see myself. I'm not even on the... Did I retire? Oh no, did I retire? Hey, you know what? I got to go out on top. A Super Bowl champion. Okay, was this Montana? It was either Montana or Steve Young. It just says 49ers threw 6 touchdowns in Super Bowl 29. I don't know why it says the team and not the player. I don't know. I'm struggling to find what I want to find. It's giving rushing stats, but not receiving. There's for a career. Okay, you know what? Forget it. We're just going to assume. Mullet, you now have the record for yards receiving in a Super Bowl. Yeah, big first down catch. 11 yards, yeah, true. Gunnar Helm had a few. Mooney had a couple. Drake London a couple. Huge game. Would you really leave the Falcons after that game? After the ring? It could happen. It certainly could happen. Oh, you know what? Did Kirk retire? Kirk retired. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, that saves us so much money. Oh, thank you, Kirk. You'll always be a Super Bowl champion now, man. Thank you for retiring so much. Let's confirm, even though he wasn't in the stat sheet there. Yes, Kirk retires. I retire. Tyron Smith, unfortunately, does retire too. I gave him a 2-year deal, so that's a bit of a bummer. But it does free up like $20 million. I don't want to accidentally skip past the re-sign. Penix again with an upgrade. Auto all these. They're going to job shadow with Andrew Luck. I'm going to Stanford. Former fullback. I'm going to be the... Hey, tight end coach at Stanford would be pretty good. Pretty good gig. I send a tight end to the league every year, just about. Or they send a tight end to another school, who then goes to the league. That happens more now these past few years, but... A Super Bowl victory in year 1. This is the first Super Bowl in Mullet birthday Falcons franchise rebuild history. Usually we do go like 8-9 and then I do like one more season and that's it. Suddenly we have $69 million in cap space. Certainly, Mullet, certainly you will want to resign now. Oh, I can't negotiate with you. Oh, man. I mean, I have to tag you after that performance. I can't let you test the market. Now I wish I had waited, because you've regressed a tiny bit. You're asking for actually a little less. You're basically getting the T. Higgins deal, but only for a year. But let's see what else we might want to do here. MD went all the way from a 70 to a 64, and he lost his star dev. MD contributed, he had some tackles. Humans down to a 61. Human, a huge 11-yard catch in the Super Bowl. Massive. Fof's actually still not bad. However, we don't really need corner. I can't negotiate because I tried a few times and you didn't like my offer enough that it doesn't let me negotiate with you. I can still tag you, but even though we're into the off season and even though your motivations and tags might have changed and your rating, I can't actually negotiate with you. Shadow, Troy Anderson. I mean, we have the money now. I might as well offer him $5 million for Troy Anderson. It's not that bad. Even if he ends up being our linebacker 3, keep him around. Grady Jarrett has max re-sign interest, and he is cheaper now. $11 million for a 76 isn't ideal for $12 million because we gotta all up it a tiny bit. Even though he does have max interest. I don't want to offer him just less than what he'll take, and then he declines though. So I'll offer him the 12, and he accepts. And keep in mind, you're going to cost 34. Probably don't need Ray McLeod back. Austin Corbett, I think we can look to upgrade. Bijan's just an option for next year, so we'll pick that up. Khalil Mack, we could fit that under cap. Pay Shadow and Falcons instead, save a few million. I could. You know what? If we give Khalil Mack this contract, we're not going to have enough under the cap to franchise tag you. So Mack, he got his ring. He also has no interest in signing. So all right, we'll tag you for $34.1 million. What a career game you had in the Super Bowl, man. What a time to have the career game. The other playoff games, you had 30 yards and a touchdown, 49 yards, 99 yards against the Eagles. And then a huge breakout, 4-touchdown, 200-yard game. Your previous career high was 126. And then touchdowns, you had 4 2-touchdown games. Incredible season. An incredible way to cap it off. Not just with the ring, but the individual performance. Just behind Penix for MVP, I'm sure. Actually incredible. But we advance into 2026 and beyond. 2026 offseason is underway. We have $18.4 million, and we have 50 players on roster. So let's see if we can maybe trim a little bit. I don't think we're going to need Max. I know he was on the practice squad, but that's okay. Curtis Rourke will be our backup now that Kirk retired. Might want to add a running back behind Bijan. Still have Mooney. Probably don't need Trayshawn Holden, but for depth, it's fine. Puka Nacua had 200 more yards in his rookie season, but only 6 touchdowns. Which season looked better? Disregarding the playoff run, just regular season stats. Puka 200 yards, but less touchdowns. Puka had that many yards? Wow. That's a really good question. I would probably prefer the touchdowns. $1,400 yards, but only 6 touchdowns. I'd probably take the touchdowns over the yard. I mean, the yards is exceptional. That's great too, but I mean, still 1,250 yards is also very good with 5 more touchdowns. Yeah, I'd take your season here. And then all the postseason stuff, yeah. Man, did you guys really give Charlie Warner a big contract? Why'd you do that? He's going to make $6 million in 2026. I cannot cut him. Too big of a penalty. So we'll cut Ben, I guess, or I guess he could maybe move to fullback. He's not much of a blocker. The Skillet, the Sam. Hello, Sam. Good to see you. How are you doing? Welcome to year 4, I think, of Mullet's almost birthday rebuild. I'm doing it a little early this year, but this should only be the first stream of it. There should be a few more after this one. Hello. Yeah, a couple days. I talked to Mullet about doing it a little early, so it's not on the weekend. True. True, true, true. Yeah. Let's see, we're not going to need one of these guys. Probably McMahon. McMahon? McMahon. I don't know. Sam, you being here gives me flashback to... Was it the Broncos? That clip I have of Human fumbling. I'm pretty sure, Sam, you were the quarterback. And Mullet, I think you were... Were you a linebacker? Man, how many years ago was that? 2018, maybe? 17? I'm also just realizing that we're not going to need John Gaines either. I need to go out and find a replacement starting center. And I'm not going to need Braden Daniels. I might actually be able to trade him as a 69 overall tackle. 2018. I was thinking about that too the other day because, what was it? Something reminded me of... Oh, it was Gary was here earlier. It was just when Gary was here. He reminded me of when I first started playing, or streaming. It was to play Battlefront, which was obviously 2015 and 16. And then also NBA 2K16 and Madden. And then eventually Overwatch and Destiny. That was Basketball Unite and Mullet Pride. And also, don't forget, it was undercase S, Skillet, undercase A, Amigo 7. Were those losers? Nah, that's pretty cool, people. Pretty cool. I don't think I'm going to get much for Braden Daniels here, by the way. Maybe a 6. Or a very, very far off future 5. Nope. Maybe a 6. Okay. A future 6. For a practice squad tackle, it's not bad. What do we do at edge? Sammy just came in after we won the Super Bowl year 1, by the way. Mullet performs the greatest receiving Super Bowl game of all time, but was snubbed of Super Bowl MVP. I don't think we're gonna need Tyrus Wheat. I say Mullet. Literally, Mullet. There he is. Day 1 starter / award winner. You're an award winner now, Mullet. And a Super Bowl winner. Making $34 million. Nice little upgrade. I can't remember Human's OG name. All I remember is one of her older streamer friends calling her Human Skin Kites. That is her OG name. That's true. It was like Knights. It was supposed to be Knights. Something was spelled wrong though. It was... Okay, now wait a minute. Hold on. She exists in this franchise, and I put her name in there. How it was spelled, I think. Let me see. She was like a 61. There she is. No, I spelled it Knights. I spelled it right, I think. I think she spelled it without the N. I think it was supposed to be Knights, but she spelled it wrong. And it ended up being Kites. That explains. I think. The face, dude. Oh, the face. You know what I do like about NBA now is you can play with the WNBA. So if I ever wanted to do something like that again, I could use the WNBA as opposed to men. You know what I mean? It is a little jarring to see, but you know, it's fine. Kites of the Old Republic. Masked white kite. Good stuff. Yeah, she was, that was her OG PSN. I think our only other PSN is the Z. I think Kelp was only on Twitch. There was also Human Drunk, which that might have been PSN too. I don't remember. I mean, I could look it up. Take 2 seconds to look it up here. No, because it's her real name. I can't see her PSN name. Profile. No, her PSN's completely different than that even now. I don't know, man. I don't know. That's funny though to think about. I was gonna change my name at one point completely. I never knew exactly what it would be too. But for one, Human, and then two, other people thought that I spoke Spanish fluently because of having Amigo in my name. And then also Skillet. It just became so, I don't know. Like everyone called me Skillet, so I felt like I probably shouldn't change this. Skillet Amigo, bonjour. My other alt was 8shot. Oh, that's right. I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, Sam, I think you and Human definitely had the most. Shadow Skillet was one. That was based on Vampsummer 100%. And that's Shadow. That wasn't me. I didn't make it. My Smurf was Patrick Starboy. Human had a bunch. She had, can I think of any of them? I'm pretty sure I unfriended all the Smurfs. Vampsummer. Yeah, yeah, spelled like that. Exactly. Han Soap. That was one. Um, hmm. Was General Hanzo one, or was that the real name on one of them? I don't remember. Me at human. Human, what were your Smurf Smurf account names? Actually, let me post this in. Does pot roast still exist? I feel like I haven't. I don't think anyone's used it since like the holidays, which was me. What were your Smurf account names? There we go. I was here. Winning Super Bowl in year one was very unexpected. Yeah, I can't think of any of the other Smurfs. What was Sam's? Um, cream, cream puff, night cream puff. That was one. Man, I do miss the OG Overwatch good times. Night cream puff, kite. Yeah, kite. Sorry. I mentioned Rivals once. I haven't gotten into it. I've been playing Madden and Roblox, and that's almost it. Haven't really been playing Overwatch 2 at all. I stopped playing Destiny 2. What do I even play? I don't know. It's Roblox. Life is Roblox. Quote DJ Khaled. I uploaded so many videos to YouTube, my SpongeBob game, and then all my NFL mock draft stuff and rankings and whatnot. My video game time poofed. What's the? Oh, I've been playing Wreckfest some lately. Actually, I wouldn't mind streaming that sometime. Um, maybe once the second game gets its release date, I'll play it one or two times before it's obsolete. And then the NASCAR game, I'll probably play that when that comes out. So I know that's all of your favorite sports games and racing games. Menu Simulator. Shadow, greetings. The gang's all here. Get a cheap veteran mentor at wide receiver to help my tags. That's not a bad idea. I probably should. Those are your face. Right, right. That's probably what I've streamed the most since Overwatch. Man, the hours I streamed Overwatch, and then other than like Destiny, since like 2016, I really haven't played anything else but sports games. Oh, okay. Well, Doki Doki. I mean, Doki Doki took a few days actually, but I really until Roblox, until very recently with all my Roblox streams, which I start at like midnight. This is also the earliest I've streamed in probably a year since last year's Mullet streams. Um, Yeah, Mullet, to your point, we should get a mentor wide receiver. Someone that's not going to cost very much money, though, because they're not going to play. Maybe Tim Patrick. I think he is mentor. Okay, I got work now. Alright, Shadow. Thanks for joining. Tags. No, he's only bridge. It's probably the first time I've seen you in a year. Oh, that's sad. It might be, at least for streams, yeah, it probably is. You know what I never finished watching, by the way? Is Jenny's video on Star Cruiser Hotel. I did watch, you sent me a video about the Beatles that I did watch. Oh my gosh, Sam. Sam. You might already know. There is a new season of one of the Batman Spotify shows? Podcasts? What are those called? Audio dramas? Audio somethings? Audio shows? It disappeared. It was in my favorites for podcasts, now it's gone. Is it the Audio Adventures? No, it's not this one. It's the one that had the season with the Riddler, mainly. I think had a third season. It is Audio Adventure. I say new, it's probably like a few months. Where is it? Where is it? I'm only seeing the Riddler one. Unburied? Or is this just season 1? I don't know. Audio series. Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't think of the word. Batman audio. My keyboard is a pain. Audio. Jeez. Podcasts. Fallen City? Is this it? No, that's season 1. I'm blind all of a sudden, unfortunately. Let me catch up on chat. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know. Sam was a consistent streamer for a solid 3 days not too long ago. I saw you were playing Rivals. I wasn't able to watch. But hopefully you're enjoying Rivals, because I know you're playing with Shadow. Some here and there. Because whenever I invite Shadow, he says he's playing Rivals. Or I see him on Discord, actually. I remember buying every Madden. Yeah, Shadow, I remember that too. I remember you joining my leagues and then selling your games. Just like college football. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Sam, get repo. What is repo? Repo. Isn't it like... yeah. That doesn't explain. It's like Lethal Company. Online co-op horror game. 6 players. It's a there's a monster, right? There's an AI monster that can hear you. For whatever reason, I'm having trouble finding the new season that I found before. I don't know. And it's not showing up in, like, more podcasts like this one. It's not showing up. So I don't know, but I swear I saw another season on here somewhere of something. It wasn't the Max one. Still waiting on that. There's a X-Men audio drama. That's from... Oh gosh, that's from 2014. Okay. It could still be good. I don't know. Anyway. Yes, I will continue to look for it at some point and send it to you if I find it. Here's someone's playlist of Unburied. Is it this? Is it just after season 1? No. What are these episodes? There's a whole nother season listed here, but I don't know where it is. No, 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 no. That says 2022. No, this is November 20 of 24. Hold on. But it's also under Unburied. But then I go to see all episodes and it's not there. Oh, it's because I had to click load more episodes a second time. Wow. Okay. Jeez. I never claimed to be the smartest Madden streamer in the world. Here's that link. Brave and bold. So this is technically like season 3 of Unburied, if you count Riddler as season 2, I guess. I found it! Yay! It took 10 minutes longer than it should have, but I got there. Mullet, I will look for you a mentor, but it's probably going to be after the free agency period, just because it's harder to look at tags this way. I have seen that game repo, by the way. There's some VTubers I follow were playing it. Sam, how do you feel about VTubers? I feel like I've talked to everyone in my circle recently about them, except you. And everyone else does not like them. Indifferent? Okay. You know what? That's higher than most, so I'll take it. Only know about Iron Mouse? Okay. Yeah, she did start because of her, I forget what exactly she has, but yeah. She wanted to be a singer, and she's still a very good singer. She has a lot of music on Spotify, too. Yeah, there's so many that, like, just happened within the last couple years, and a lot of them will say, like, yeah, we were bored during 2020, so we started streaming, but didn't want to, didn't want to show themselves for one reason or another. Should I, let's see, it's not, it's only 1:30. I'll probably stream for another, like, 2 hours. But, I was gonna say I could raid somebody, but I'm not actually done with the stream, so, okay. We'll do that later, maybe. I have become a very big VTuber enjoyer over the past year and a half. I actually made a PowerPoint at one point because Human asked me some questions, and I was like, "Oh, Human wants to know. I'll write some things down for her." And then she never wanted to see the PowerPoint, and I deleted it. Well, like specifically, one of them that I like, she was asking me questions about her, and I was like, well, I'll write some info down and some other ones that she might want to check out. Because she was asking me, like, is it an AI? And I was like, well, no, it's not actually an AI. Although, if it's like, if you're talking about Neurosama, then yes. But, like, Zentrea isn't an actual AI. Mother V3 isn't an actual AI. Um, there's a lot that use, like, not text to speech, but whatever programming they use to talk. I don't know what I want to do in Freedancy here. I don't think there's really anything to do. I think we just run it back. $21 million to spend. It's not that much in football terms. Could get a fullback to replace me since I retired. Could bring in Juszczyk. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to check his ratings. Not that it really matters. He's an 83 at both. So he is higher blocking than Ricard. Okay. We'll offer Juszczyk a deal. A little cheaper than what he wants, probably. And then... oh, we do need offensive linemen. Joe Tooney's available. Taylor Moton's available. Let's go get Moton for a year. That would be pretty good. And then if we could get Tooney for 2. Oh, we're way over the cap. Oops. Okay, we have to pick between Tooney or Moton. Well, in that case, let's keep the offer on Moton and then try to bring back Corbett for $5 million. Speaking of Iron Mouse and VTubers, I've been listening to my VTuber playlist in the background, and it just came up to Iron Mouse right now. Imagine that. Numi's great with music. Cinder has a couple songs that I like. She doesn't have a ton of songs, but I do like the couple songs that she has, to clarify. Camilla, Cotton. Should have made Iron Mouse on the Falcons roster. You know what? I actually did. When College Football 25 came out, I did make a V3 team. But the team builder website is so bad and slow that I never finished it. So it's like a 20-minute attempt at editing the jerseys and the helmet, and then that's it. I didn't get to the roster at all. I didn't get to anything else. I wanted to. I still can't use that team builder website. It's terrible. I wish they would have just copied over the old website. Or just left that up. They never needed to take it down in the first place. And it's the same for Madden. It's the exact same website. Oh, cool. We get to make our own teams now. Creates the hardest to use possible engine of all time. Well, let's see if we got either of our offensive line targets. We did not, but none of them have signed anywhere, so. And we have now signed Moten. We are not going to get Corbett back. Is there a different center I would want to go after? Maybe Jordan Meredith? Pretty balanced. About as balanced as he can be. That's probably our best option, even though he's a guard. He has high interest and no offers, which I do like that too. Can't offer him a ton. It's gonna have to be the same, like 5 million offer. So again, we did sign Moten. Still looking at Juszczyk and now Meredith. And we do sign... No, we don't sign Meredith. Oh, he got another offer. Imagine not wanting to sign the Super Bowl champs. He actually did get an extra $1.8 million, so I get it. Well, we might be having to draft a center at this point. David Edwards, or Ben Powers, 73 pass protection, and Ben Powers has 75. I wouldn't mind Ben Powers for a year then. That's not bad. And actually, if I offer him his entire contract and salary, if we do end up drafting a center, I could trade him with no penalty. So we'll offer him the $5 million, I guess. It's only a 2-bar offer, so he's probably not going to take it. Same with Juszczyk. Somebody signed, I think. Nope, just Moten. Oh, and we got Powers. So that'll be our new center. It's not really a downgrade, I don't think. It's not an upgrade either. Let's see if we get Juszczyk. We do. Okay. Small additions. Honestly, 3 downgrades. Well, no, Juszczyk is an upgrade over me, I guess. Considering I was a 63. I'm not really looking at scouting, which is probably a mistake. I'm also realizing if we draft any players, we're going to go over the salary cap. So, that's a bit of a problem. Is there anywhere where we can save some money? Oh, yeah, Ben. Well, we can cut Ben. I forgot I had a fullback on the roster. Oops. Sorry, Ben. No, not restructured. I haven't really tried restructuring contracts. I don't think it does it very accurately, or it doesn't give me the right options that I want to have to be able to restructure. We don't need Treshaun Holden. He's just not going to play, so... See, did any of our captains leave? I don't think so. Nope, still got all 6. Oh man, I wish I could cut Charlie here. Charlie. Now what about Chris Lindstrom possibly playing center? Or should I just leave him at guard? Probably. We'll kick Powers in, that's fine. Sometimes I like to have my highest rated interior guy play center just because he's the best pass protecting option. And I feel like that's best to have at center. But that's fine. He's basically what we had last year with Corbett. Corbett. Could consider edge very strongly. Will be very strongly considering edge. We're not going to need Ika. Sorry, Ika. I was surprised when the Browns cut him, but then again, they are the Browns, so. Let's get Ty Hamilton an actual defensive tackle number. I think that's what he wore at Ohio State, but how about 95? We do still have Rashaan Evans as well. Maybe Bertrand can start as our third linebacker. And we can move Otis Reese outside, so we got enough linebackers. Oh, Elijah Molden. I was going to look at trading him if the cap penalty isn't bad. If we can save some money by moving him, that would be in the best interest. Because either way, he's not going to start. Because we have Eman Worry now to start. Alex Austin, practice squad guy. He's going to be our fourth corner. He'll play a little bit. Molden, we save like absolutely nothing at all by trading him. So, probably will just keep him. But he's not going to start. Man. Do I put Eman Worry at free safety or Jesse Bates back at free safety? Neither of them have good press. If Jesse Bates at strong safety is playing closer to the line, I think I'd rather have him have the higher coverage and Eman Worry be the better athlete at free safety. That's debatable, but it also probably doesn't matter for simulation purposes. And then Molden or Helms can move to strong safety. Probably Helms. I don't think Nick Eman Worry is really a free safety, but he's definitely athletic enough to be. What do you run? Like a 4.3 40, I think. Has 94 speed in the game. That's pretty fast. Well, we did lose our punter, but I did have Tanner Brown on the practice squad, and he can just punt now. And he can be number 10. As long as he's not 2 or 11. Don't want to disrespect Matt Ryan or Julio Jones. So the team's looking pretty good. We don't absolutely need anything. Obviously we need like depth at some positions, but like a running back. I guess that's kind of it. We need a depth running back, and then we could consider edge at both positions. We could also consider trading for an edge, but we only have 2.7 million in cap. But if we traded our picks, we could free up some cap. Edge rushers, yeah. If Arnold Ebiketie could only manage a sack and a half at a 76 overall, I don't think we're going to have much success better with Dorless, Harrison, or Land. Maybe Trice has a chance, but he's also 25. I don't think any of those guys are going to develop really well. I wanted to click on trade block. That's what I want. You want Spencer Rattler, Mullet, your favorite quarterback? Okay, Felix is too expensive, and then no one else would be an upgrade. Tyler Barron at 6'5", 260 with Star Dove. David Walker. It's a year younger. They do have Star Dev, but I worry they're just still not going to develop enough. But they would not be expensive. And I could definitely do worse in the draft, potentially. They would be a 2.53. We could trade for both players under the cap. Barron's a power rusher. I think Walker was also a power rusher. Yeah. Those are some options. We could wait until after the draft, maybe. Might have some more players. Possible. Or we could look at outside linebackers, too. Jonah Ellis. Tyree Wilson is not developed. Chris Braswell's just normal dev. Isaac's normal dev. Mo Camara is a player I really like for the Dolphins. That is probably just buried on their depth chart and won't play much again. They have Bradley Chubb, Jalen Phillips, Chop Robinson, and then Mohamed Camara. They also have Grayson Murphy. He was another edge guy I liked in his class. But for the game, he's only a 71 and he's 26. So we could throw some draft picks at edge and then possibly trade Zach Harrison or cut Isaiah Land and then make a trade for somebody. We do not have a high draft pick, as we see Bijan opening up the draft. I like that. As well as Starling Thomas V for the Cardinals. He's somewhere between CB4 and 6 for the Cardinals. I don't know exactly. Alright, let's get into the draft. Let's pause here. We have pick 32 for winning the Super Bowl, and we do not have an extra first. So if there's a player that we think we might want, we're going to have to go up and get him. And the first player is a silhouette from Alabama. No big board. No big board for the fake draft class. Could take Zach Jones, quarterback. No. Could take Luke Widmer, running back. Don't need receiver. We could take a 6'2" tight end first round. Hey. We could take Irv Smith. All right. Let's look at edge. Stephen Harris. And somehow we only know 60% about every single edge player. Okay, great. Let's look at combine. We got some 4.6 times. Holy moly, these bench press are elite all time. I'm guessing both of these are very good players. Stephen Harris, Zach Silver. Silver only 21. Both would likely go off the board before our pick. Could go for Dom Stapleton out of Michigan. He looks pretty good as well. Or Keith Baker. All of these guys look pretty good. Like, there's not something that sticks out that, like, oh, this guy must be terrible. Even, like, Parker Hatchett's probably a D tackle, but 5 flat and then 39 bench reps. He's going to have really good strength. Even Trenton Coakley. And this is a day 3 guy? These are day 3 guys right here? You're telling me a 6'4", 252... Well, okay, 4.74 is not like blazing fast, but to compare, bring up my draft class spreadsheet here. Landon Jackson this year ran a 4.68. This guy ran faster at 16 pounds heavier. And Landon Jackson, other than like Shamar Stewart, probably was the most surprisingly athletic edge rusher at the combine this year. So I would be pretty happy with either of these guys. I think Dom Stapleton's probably the guy I'm going to focus on because he's going to be there. He's only 21. He ran 4.7. And he can do 33 bench. I think he's going to be pretty good. These are only the left ends. Right ends. Oh my, there's some good ones. Okay. 5 flat 40 bench. Felix Meadows. Okay, Stefan Paya. These edge rushers all look really good. I don't know if they're all going to be like 72, 73 plus with hidden dev. Hidden dev's the key, obviously, but... And there's some speed rushers that are linebackers. I'm going to guess I'm just going to spend 2 picks on edge and see what happens. 6'6", 260 out of UCLA, 21 years old, day 3. Ran 4.75. 25 bench. The problem is they could have terrible rush moves. They could have like 60 power rush and like 65 speed rush or vice versa, you know? So, while they could be pretty good athletes, me fawning over the 40-yard times in the bench doesn't really mean much. So let's go back to attributes. Like Stephen Harris, not a good power rusher, a great speed rusher though. A finesse moves. But not good block shed. Aaron Goodrich, who's probably a D tackle, more so. A block shed. Stapleton looks pretty good. B power move still. C block shed's okay. Impact B or above is good. Don't care about injury. So there's plenty of options. I don't think I need to trade up, although these top guys probably do have hidden dev. But you never know. So I think we'll just sim to our pick and see what happens. Much like 20 edge guys go in the first round. Number 1 pick was an edge. Basically Abdul Carter. Okay. Any quarterbacks up there? It's hard to see, actually. Chargers took tight end. About time. I'm not seeing a quarterback. Colts go left tackle. Oh, there's quarterback to the Rams. No more Deshaun Watson. That's for the best. For everyone. I saw Deshaun Watson just got engaged. I think my dad told me that, actually. And they've been together since before the allegations and stuff. Intense Deshaun Watson workout video surfaces. Ooh, wow. His engagement ring for Jilly Anais. And the ring's worth at least $2 million. Oh my goodness. Wow, we saw it yesterday too. Imagine waiting to marry him. You have to be very understanding about a lot of things. The Chiefs with the 4th overall pick. Chiefs did not do well in simulation, I guess. Dom Stapleton is here. The guy I said I would probably end up taking. He is the highest ranked edge rusher. Do I like him more than Felix? Well, Felix is a D tackle, though. That's the thing about Felix. Do I like him more than D'Angelo Arthur? Has B finesse. Dom's a power rusher with B power. He would be replacing Dorless. I think I would prefer to take a power rusher first, because we don't necessarily have to replace Braylon Trice. But I think we do have to replace Dorless. As a rotational guy, he's fine, but as a starter who I want to have, like, getting 5+ sacks at least, it'd be nice to have a guy that can do that, minimum. And I hate to take a guy out of Michigan, but there's a particularly good Michigan pass rusher in the NFL currently that's not so bad. So if he can be about half that good, I would take it. This looks like a pretty good player to me. We're going to go with Dom Stapleton. He is I don't know. He does have hidden depth. 80 speed, 88 strength. This is basically Shamar Turner. Or Landon Jackson. Only Michigan guys I'm ever taking are edge rusher CBs. What, not a quarterback? Don't want a Michigan quarterback? Just the backup quarterback, though. Not the starter. So it may be a bit of a reach, but it is pick 32. We get the 5th-year option on him. His change of direction isn't something to be amazed at. But he's a power rusher. He's not a speed guy. And he still has 80 speed, so he will definitely start day one at left end. Good get for us there. Now we do have, I believe, 2 second-round picks, because it says next pick at 15. We have at least 2. The board has disappeared. Goodbye, board. I guess I should look at what picks I have. We also may not want to make all of these picks, so we might end up trading. But we do have pick 47 and 64. I'm going to dress them up nicely for draft nights. Yes, every single player that you take throughout the entire draft walks the stage. Definitely 250 players are always at the draft. You know what I didn't look at? I didn't look at the roster really after the Super Bowl to see if we had any dev changes. I don't think we do, but did Troy Anderson have star? I think he got that. And he was still relatively cheap, so I'm glad I was able to re-sign him. Or did he? Yeah, he got star dev. Dev trait increased. Now that is just solely based on the season he had. 98 tackle season. He's still only a 73 and he's 27, so it's not like he's going to develop much better than he would have otherwise, but Ellis only went down 1 to 79. Terrell Superstar. Yeah, I don't think we had any changes. Now, is Jesse Bates already an X Factor? I guess he was. He regressed a tiny bit after progressing. Koo's still star. Just don't miss any week 18 kicks, buddy. We'll be alright. Alright, let's go draft a speed rusher. Potentially. I really don't even know what else I would draft at this point. I guess maybe a center. But we signed a guy for this year, so we don't need that. Unless there's somebody that sticks out. Just looks amazing. But then again, we don't have anybody fully scouted, so. Not gonna reach for a lineman that we don't need. Alright, how about Keith Baker? Now he is 23, so already he's 2 years closer to regressing than the other guy we just took. Does have B finesse and C power. It's an interesting combination. I don't love that he's 23, I'll be honest. Yeti comes out of nowhere. Skill at hating all people again. D'Angelo Arthur, he is 22. With B finesse. Looks okay. Ranked 63rd, maybe not worth taking right here, but there's a massive 352-pound defensive tackle, only 21 years old. We are in need of a future replacement for Grady Jarrett. Oh my! Brian Drew, played by Tom Welling of Draft Day. Brian Drew, a 6'4", 397-pound defensive tackle. I thought 352 was big. Any other gigantic mountains of men here? No, not like that. Well, now I kind of want one of these guys. Only C power moves for Pryor. Brian Drew at 397 having A power moves is crazy. Although Pryor having C finesse moves is also crazy. Neither of them have great block shed. I think Pryor's probably the better overall. That is insane. I want to see their combines. 5'15" at 352. 5'41" makes sense. Look at the bench. 46 bench for Tyree Pryor. Though even the vert's not bad. These are insane players. I almost just want to take Brian Drew just because he's insanely big. Brother. You know what I think is probably the smart thing to do is take the other edge rusher and then take, if either of these guys are available, take them after. I really like the look of Tyree Pryor, though. He'd be fun. Future starter. Oh, man. If I take the edge guy, I'm giving up on Braylon Trice, in effect. He is 25. It's just going to be harder to develop him. I think I go with another edge. It's going to be D'Angelo Arthur. We're going to big schools. We're going to Michigan. We're going to Alabama. Record is 51. Next closest is 45. It's going to be D'Angelo Arthur here. Hopefully we see Hidden Dev again as he walks the stage. As we don't see him walk the stage, we see the draft room. Yeah, we got our edge rushers. Oh, he's at home. I haven't seen this cutscene before. Probably because I skip him usually. Oh, but then he is there. Okay. Okay. Oh, he only has normal. Only 80 speed as well. He's a bit better of an athlete. I'm not concerned about the strength. You know what? I probably should have looked at the linebackers. I'm just now thinking about this. I should have looked at the outside linebackers to see if there was maybe a faster guy we could have looked at. I'm not mad about it. I think he'll be a decent overall. And he will likely start. If he doesn't start, I know he's 207 in true value doesn't make me feel very good. But with our next pick, hopefully one of those DTs is on the board. Pryor went to the Buccaneers. That's unfortunate. And he's going to back up Vita Vea, so congratulations. I think the other guy's still there. We're going to get a 400-pound defensive tackle on this team. Heck yeah, dude. Brian Drew. Tom Welling. Welcome to the Falcons. We're going to get the same exact cutscene. from a different angle. It's the same thing, but from a different angle. Yeah, Brian. Big Brian. The little hat. This man is 397 pounds, 96 strength, 88 acceleration is insane. The 71 agility is actually pretty good too. The change of direction and speed are awful, but he's 400 pounds, so like, you know, it happens. 8.7 magnitude earthquake felt during draft night as Brian Drew walked the stage. No injuries were reported. Ranked 69 in true value, drafted at 64. A better pick than our last one, maybe. We'll see about their overalls, but I don't know that we really need anything else in this class. I might look at linebacker. Curious to see where any quarterbacks are taken in this draft. There's a nice receiver here from Butler, of all places. That's cool. But we still have London, we still have you, and we still have Mooney, so we don't need receiver. Speed rusher, Javon Sermons. He's only 21. We don't know a ton about him. Or do we? Yeah, we do. Doesn't look that great. Corey Kincaid, a power rusher, looks okay. Day 3 guy. Don't really want to take a third edge rusher, but if I could get like a combo linebacker that could be listed as a linebacker but also be in the rotation, maybe that could be something. Like Emmett Milton here, 21. Could be kind of nice, actually. Could be. 4.75. Not like blown away by any of those times. 4.53 is good for an undrafted guy. Coverage guy. I just realized that if it were an 8.7 magnitude earthquake, the whole city would be donezo. Nah, man, we got the next pick. Keep it going. Run stoppers running in the 4.5s is kind of wild. I don't really think there's much else to take. I'm picturing the roster in my head. Oh, you know what? Running back. 4.44. That's pretty good. It's receiving back though. 4.45. Elusive. Dennis Young out of Boise. Maybe a little early, but the last Boise running back was pretty good. How about 27 bench? 29 bench. At 4.49. Is that Quinshawn? He's 23. I'm going to take Dennis Young. Our backup running back. Sneaky athletic. 4.39 at the pro day. Alright, who's hand timing that 40? Get that guy out of here. We're taking him though. Backup running back. I don't want to see the cutscene again. Decent value pick. 91 speed for the 223 pound tailback. Interesting. Actually is sneaky athletic. Wouldn't expect him to have 91 speed. Gritty. Not the gritty. He shows grit. I guess we could use a corner. That receiver's still there. Is he any good? Ran 4.55 at 6'2", 211. It's not horrendous, but it's not good. It's probably not a very high overall. I don't know, doing a good gritty Sully these days really helps your draft stock. True, true. Is there a fast receiver? They're just never going to play is the thing. Corner, I guess we could use some depth. 4-6-1 at corner. Gonna move you over to safety, buddy. Donald offered. Let's see, our scheme fit is zone 4-5. We're looking at projected undrafted guys, but 4-4-5, 6'3", John James. Might have terrible coverage, but he's fast and he's tall. That's something. Does have B zone coverage. B tackling. I'm going to take John James. Corner depth. He's only 21 years old. Maybe he's raw, doesn't have cover skills, but actually didn't look that bad. Does have 91 speed. Good athlete. Good depth. He'll be our CB maybe 4, depending on what his rating is over Alex Austin, maybe. We might think about trading some of these late picks. We are going over the salary cap as we make these picks, I think. Receiver's still there. I'm curious at this point. I kind of just want to take him. But he's also 4.55. That's just not what I want. Could take a fourth tight end. This is the last draftable tight end right here, Dalton Daniels. 6'9" tight end! Have I just not been noticing these things in these draft classes? I've seen some TikToks of people like doing series with random guys that they find like this. I'm taking the 6'9" tight end, I can tell you that right now. Unless there was a freakishly tall receiver. Dalton Daniels out of USC, 6'9", 257. 4.58 at 6'9", 260. That's insane. He is 23. He's not going to be our future starter. He's going to be our future third string guy, if anything. But actually insane. Cool template of a player here. What's the tallest tight end in this year's class in real life? Like 6'7", probably. Coach is excited again. The same cutscene for the 5th time. Yeah, there's not a tight end in this class taller than 6'6". .69 tight end is crazy. He's an F value. He is not highly rated at all, in the slightest. He has hidden dev. He's got 87 speed. Get this guy out there at receiver, man. Throw it up. He's a really good athlete. Not for a receiver. For a tight end, he's great. Strength, maybe a little low. Hidden dev on this guy is awesome. Block, not a blocker. I would love to find this in like a Colts, my Colts franchise. I was talking about while you were gone, my Colts franchise where I'm actually playing the games. To Gary's point, I can actually play the games if I want. And I didn't address tight end. I took Will Campbell in the first round to help my offensive line because I let Ryan Kelly go, I let Will Fries go, and I also let Braden Smith go. All 3 of them. Now, all that to say, I did not sign a tight end other than I did sign Chase Claypool and move him to tight end, and then I traded him like 5 or 6 games into the season. I would love to find a player like this in my Colts franchise. I hope I can. But, maybe he ends up playing offensive line. I don't know. I could save his upgrade points and put him towards a position change at some point. I don't know. That's a really interesting one. Glad I found that. I'm glad I found the massive mountain tied defensive tackle. It's going to be a really weird draft, and honestly, we may have only gotten one starter out of it. But this guy's just staring at me in the face, dude. This guy from Butler. He's so slow. Now it says 4.6. Oh, that's a different guy. Oh, the guy from Butler got drafted. Never mind. Well, forget what I was going on about. Super Bowl winning team didn't need a bunch of starters anyway. Yeah, exactly. We really only needed edge starters, if anything. And then, like, maybe D-tackle or linebacker. But that was our biggest needs. We didn't have a bunch of losses like the Eagles did in real life this year with Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, Mekhi Becton. We could just draft a fast receiver here. This guy's got good size, and he ran 4.41. He's not going to be high overall, but maybe he has kick return value. So we'll take him. I don't want to see the cutscene. Actually, pretty spot on with the value pick there. Ranked 194, take him at 192. Has 93 speed. He looks like a good athlete. He probably has bad catching, bad route running. But A to B kick return. There you go. That's exactly why we wanted him. And then the last pick will be Mr. Irrelevant. How about that? Let's find our Brock Purdy. QB of the future. I'm curious to see if I can find any other genetic freaks. Just go QB. Just 6'5", 254. Chip Chatham out of IU. That's almost genetic freak. Not quite. I'd look for height on QB. 231, power back. Ohio State back. Jeremiah Baskerville. You know what? Let's first of all, sort by 40 time. A 4.47 safety. Cliff Barrett. Could do that just for depth. Pro Day. 4.42. 4.44 Barrett. Yeah, we'll take Cliff Barrett here. Not a super exciting Mr. Irrelevant pick, maybe, but good depth. He is going to be rated badly, but he does have 89 speed, which isn't bad for safety, I guess. It's not Nicky and Worry, but it's not bad. He's balding genetic freak. You're a freak. Bald. Bald. My eyes. Dennis Young, a 69. 91 speed. The receiver we took is only a 66. 93 speed. Tight end's only a 60. Does have 87 speed. He'll be the number 3 guy once Warner's gone next year, but he's really just not going to play, unfortunately. Actually, he's only a 59. With number 16 is bizarre, but that's the kind of numbers folks are wearing these days in college. About 83. Little Harry Douglas number. Didn't draft any offensive linemen, right? I don't think. Yeah. Dom Stapleton will be our highest rated left end. He does have hidden depth. 73 power rushers, not bad to start off with. He'll develop, I think, pretty well. 73 power moves. Okay block shedding at 72. Very high strength. He could even potentially be a rush defensive tackle, but we probably don't need him to do that. Could possibly trade Zach Harrison just to save some money. D'Angelo Arthur was not a good pick at all. he will beat out Isaiah Land, who we can cut, but wouldn't save any salary if we do that. So I did whiff on Arthur. That is an unfortunate pick. You know, he'll be depth, which isn't horrible to have depth, but when you're talking about a second round pick that you just drafted, you're like, yeah, well, he'll be okay depth, I guess. It's obviously not ideal. Ooh, the D tackle is a 73. And did he have hidden dev? No. But 72 power, 72 run stop, 96 strength. He'll be a future starter. I expect this will probably be Grady's final year. And then he and Rook might be the starting tandem. We're already getting to the point with Rook where it's like, maybe he's not a starter long term either. He did have 3.5 sacks, which is decent for number 2 D tackle. But you know, may not want to pay him in 2 years, especially when we're going to be paying Penix now that he's a Super Bowl winning quarterback. We are going to have to pay him. No matter what his overall is, I'll be forking over the bag, the dump truck full of money. John James, 6'3" corner. I think he will be CB4 above Alex Austin, unfortunately for Alex. He's only 21. I like that he's 6'3". I think I'd rather him play a tiny bit more. We'll give him 20. Looks cool. And he actually has the same exact face as Nick. Cliff Barrett is a 63. Not very exciting. But, yeah, he's pretty bad. For running a 4.44 at his pro day, maybe I got sucked in by the pro day time, because he's only got 89 speed. I would have expected faster than that. And that's the team. So, unfortunately, I didn't pick well with our second round pick, or one of our second round picks. But we do add 8 players, and it's a mixed bag. You know, I would have liked the edge rusher that we took to be a little higher, but I think he will be a good player. D'Angelo Arthur, just you might as well call him D'Angelo Malone. 66 overall normal. Brian Drew won't start for us this year, but down the line he should. At 397 pounds or whatever he is. 394? 397, yeah. Insane. Dennis Young, running back depth. John James, corner depth. Dalton Daniels with hidden dev, unfortunately, just not going to play, but 6'9" tight end is interesting. He'd be fun to use, but that's not what this is, so. Deontay Craig, possible return man, and then Cliff Barrett, just special teams depth. Deontay Craig, let's see if he's got high kick return ability. Gotta go all the way down to the end here somewhere. 93 return man, alright. So we did luck out with the combine, the 40-yard dash time specifically there. I do want to look at a little bit of the class around the league. Should we have traded up? Stephen Harris is a 76. Only normal dev, speed rusher. He does look pretty good. An amazing corner here. Antonio Shepard, 81 overall. What are his coverage abilities? Not that we needed a corner. He's quite good right off the bat. Seattle's got a really good trio of corners. I assume he's the highest rated player in the class. No, he's not. A guard. Greg McKenzie. I probably wouldn't have looked at him because I was so focused on taking an edge rusher. But if he had fallen one more pick... Oh, Oh man, and hidden dev. I mean, Marshall Yonda, 98 strength. He's already the 8th ranked right guard. He's amazing. This is like drafting Tristan Wirfs, essentially. Of course, the Colts took the worst player in the draft, and of course he's a quarterback, Rich McDonald. Of course, our tight end's the 3rd worst overall player, but I know he's not good, but 87 speed. I mean, he's a good athlete. You almost want to try him at receiver, but we also don't need a receiver. So his overall probably would go up a couple at receiver. He's just not a he's not a blocker. He's not a route runner. Probably can't catch very well. Those are all legitimate problems. Let's look at the QBs. Zach Jones to the Rams is 74. Hidden dev. 95 throw power, 80 speed. Pretty good. If I saw that exact build in college football, I'd probably be like, he's not really fast enough. But for Madden, that'd be fun to play with. Nobody in the 2nd round. 49ers take one in the 3rd. Clay Peters. I think they lost Brock Purdy. I was talking and forgot to look where he went. Ravens take one. Jags, Buccaneers, Commanders, Bears, Broncos, Colts. Nobody that's going to start past round 1. Although maybe the 49ers kid starts, I don't know. We'll check on around the league before we set up the team for year 2. And I might sim through year 2. It's only 230. We are $8 million over the cap, which is sad. I can also guarantee you that other teams are well over the cap. It's not just us, so. If it's only us, I'll do something to free up salary somehow. But I guarantee you other teams are over the cap. And actually, now that we're into the next season, we're $5 million under the cap. I don't know how that happened, but okay. Yeah, look at the lines. 34 million over. Somehow the Patriots have 107 million still. They must not have spent any money in free agency. In the last 2 free agencies, they got Cam Robinson. Wow. Anybody else over the cap? The Rams have 152. Jeez. And they're still paying Cooper Kupp 27 million. Stafford retired. They were trying to run it back with Deshaun. And they signed Gardner Minshew for even more money. Jeez. What are you guys doing? You don't have to replace Matt Stafford like that. That's gross. I forgot to pay attention to the cap space. Okay, the Ravens are 29 million over. Saints somehow have 90 million. They restructured every single player on the team. Vikings are 10 million over. Bills are 5 million over. So you get my point. If it was only my team that was over the cap, I'd care about it, but considering there's other teams that are tens of millions. Look at the Cowboys. Exactly 0 cap space. Can't say they don't spend if they have exactly what the cap allows. But we end up having 5 million in cap space. So if we do need to sign anybody, we can. Or trade for anybody, we can, potentially. I would say as it stands, speed rusher is still a need. I think we could probably just cut Isaiah Land and include Zach Harrison in a trade and get a speed rusher of some sort. We're trying to go back-to-back Super Bowl champs, so I think it's worth at least exploring that idea. Let's look at the trade block first. There's your guy, Spencer Rattler again. And doesn't look like anybody new has been added. To the trade block anyway. We can look at a manual trade perhaps. I don't know even where to start. I'm not trading for Max Crosby. I don't think he's making $25 million. Just looking for a defensive end. Well, right away, Tyler Barron. He's a power rusher. I like to keep the scheme fits consistent, but I wouldn't be 100% opposed to going out and getting a guy that wouldn't be a scheme fit. Darius Robinson wouldn't really be. He's basically Thorless. There's old Jack to the Chargers. Play for Harbaugh. That's interesting. Colts have Quiddy and Latu. Ebikady is now on the Commanders after we traded him to the Niners. Josh Donald, I guess he was just drafted, so don't want to do that. Not developing. Oh wow. Okay, the Niners might as well play Clay Peters because they brought in 35-year-old Derek Carr to start. Hopefully it pushes Peters above him. So where did Brock Purdy go? I forgot to look. Or we just hadn't gotten to it yet. If I was the Browns, I would have thrown him the bag after Miller threw 20 picks. Probably not. Probably not after just one season. Where are you, Brock Purdy? Why can't I find you? He is now starting over Shador. Don't you just love Madden? You know who didn't make idiotic decisions like this at quarterback in a game? You know what game teams didn't make bad decisions, is what I'm trying to say? Madden 12. There it is. I would just absolutely love someone from the Madden franchise team to come into this stream right now and explain to me why in the world, after taking Shador Sanders at number 6 overall, they kept 6 and took Shador Sanders, why they would then pay Brock Purdy. I'm gonna get a DUI driving to get Kendrick at this point. Don't do that. Don't do that, please. Why they would then pay Brock Purdy that much money? The only argument would be like, well, Brock Purdy's better. I don't care. You invented these tags. Shador has QB of the future and day one starter, so he's the QB of the right now. He's a 79. He's only 23 years old. You have him for 4 more years under contract to be the starter, and you decide to say, hey, Brock Purdy. One, they've made Brock Purdy too good. I know he's developed some in this franchise, but he's like an 88 start. Brock Purdy, I like him. He's not an 88. He's not an X factor. I'll stop my tangent on that and keep looking for an edge rusher. I should just steal Max Crosby from them for doing this. I can't because he's too expensive, but I should. Still laughing about how the Packers' main goal this offseason was to get a premier wide receiver 1 for Jordan Love, and they wound up with Mecole Hardman. Random thought. Yeah, no, I mean, you're right. I agree. I think receiver's still one of their biggest needs. And there's still guys available. Like, I mean, if they end up signing, I probably wouldn't sign Stephon Diggs. Amari Cooper, Keenan Allen, Tyler Lockett, one of those guys, maybe. For them, I probably wouldn't sign Diggs. But maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's what they need. But it's like I like the core guys that they have. Christian Watson, Jaden Reed, Romeo Dobbs, Dontavian Wicks. And, Mecole Hardman, Super Bowl hero, won the game all by himself. And he didn't realize that the game was over. But, it's fine. Just roster construction in general in Madden needs work. Like, I'm not going to complain as much as the Saints signing Cleveland Farrell when they have Isaiah Foskey, who they need to find out if he can actually play or not, now that he's 25. But it still shouldn't happen. Like, if you're only upgrading a 25-year-old player by 1 overall with a 29-year-old player, it really doesn't make sense to give him $7 million. You know what I mean? Not to mention they have Braden Swinson here, who's actually a pass rusher. And the game can't say, oh, you're a pass rusher. You need to be a defensive end in my 4-3 scheme. Because the game's not smart enough to do that. After playing the game for 20 years. After the game existing for, 35 years? It is what it is. I think it's safe to say that we peaked with Madden 12. But we are into the preseason. Let's look at free agents. I do want to sign a mentor receiver. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to sign a mentor quarterback as well. I don't want to spend much money. Nelson Aguilar actually gained mentor tag. Odell is cheaper and has mentor. Michael Thomas does not have mentor. What a surprise! Everyone shouted in unison. Let's sign Odell. Well, heck, Mullet, you're going to have mentor at this point. You might have mentor, I don't know. You could be your own mentor. Let's look at a mentor QB as well. Real locker room guy on the bench now. For sure, yeah. Looks like Mariota over Brissett would be the highest overall, or they're all the same price, so neither of them are ever going to play. Let's go with Jacoby. I like Jacoby. Jacoby. I gotta send you a song based on Jacoby, by the way. 8 messages. Oh, Human Smurfs. Hanzo Cheese. Torb something. Torb. Weaver's kind of, yeah. Hans. Oh yeah, Hanso was the one she said. What was the Torb one? Torb. I don't know. Davido. Maybe a backup running back. Ooh, they're cheap. Kendre Miller actually meant to look to put him on the practice squad at the end of the season, and I forgot. I would probably prefer Jaleel McLaughlin. Yeah, they're pretty similar, athletically. Well, by the way, I did fill out my bracket. I did 2 for the men and 1 for the women. I think I sent a picture of my final 4 for my main bracket, but I think that's all. So let me see if I can find that real quick. Hopefully they saved. I was having a problem. How does one look at brackets? Tournament challenge. Bracket time. Bracket predictor. Create a bracket. Create a bracket. My brackets. Did it not save them? Or am I on a different account, maybe? Oh, I'm not logged in. That would be why. That would do it. Good news, you already have a Disney account. Yes, I know that. I signed in yesterday to it. It's gonna send me a code. What's my password? Password. No. That's not what I thought it was either, so that's unfortunate. I just logged in yesterday. I'll text my password. There we go. Okay, check my inbox. Phone is charged. Sorry to take a break from getting the team set up for season 2. I guess I'm only doing one season today. My goal for a little bit was to do 2, but I'm glad the way it went. We got a Super Bowl. We had some fun. Mullet got robbed of Super Bowl MVP potentially, but that's okay because we rewarded him with a $34 million franchise tag. Mullet, Sam, and Shadow popped in. Just fun hanging out. I forgot what I was doing. Looking for my email. And I got to yap. I always like to yap and stream, so this has been fun. I'm not stopping yet, I'm just saying. Am I on the right email? Yes. Oh, it goes to junk. It went to junk yesterday for spam, for whatever reason. Disney account membership. Report not spam. I just did that yesterday, and it's still wanting to put it in spam. What's my code? Zero 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 one. Oh, okay. I have a vote to do. Let's see. Vote now on the latest poll. Okay. Oh, okay. Alright. That's done. Okay, sorry. Intermission time is over. Caught up on things. I can close some of these things too. Is this my bracket yet? No. Did it log me in? Did it save my brackets? Here we go. No. Can you just show me my brackets? Here we go. Okay, my final 4 in my first bracket: Auburn, Michigan State, Duke, Alabama. I picked Duke versus Michigan State with... That's not accurate. That's not the final 4. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry. That's part of the Elite 8. Final 4. Duke versus Tennessee. Michigan State versus UConn. I picked Tennessee versus Michigan State, and Tennessee winning. Which means Tennessee will probably lose to, Wofford. Or UCLA. But, that's how it goes. I did pretty good last year for a long time. My bracket was, I think, perfect for 2 days. Did really good. And then my second bracket, I did pick Alabama to win. I like Spears. And then for the women, I picked... part of me wanted to go with Iowa. but I did not end up going with Iowa. But I think they made it pretty far. I hope they won a few. I picked UConn, yeah. How do you not just pick UConn or South Carolina, basically? My final four: UCLA, UConn, and South Carolina, TCU. TCU, I thought about it for a while because they played Texas. I had Texas beat Ohio State, TCU beat Notre Dame. UConn, South Carolina would be a really good championship game for the women's side. USC, of course, too, wouldn't be. USC and UConn is only is it Sweet 16 game? I think maybe it's Elite 8. I guess it's Elite 8, yeah. Assuming they get there. Iowa would have to go through probably Oklahoma and probably UConn. So that's a tough road. But anyway, those are my updates on my brackets. Alright. Or should I get a mentor running back, actually? They wouldn't really play, but there actually isn't one. I could bring Human back for $1 million. Oh, there's one. Samaje Perine. Just a tiny bit more expensive than Human. Not as good of an athlete, but also doesn't need to play. So, gonna bring in Perine. And then, is there anything else we need? I mean, there's just not a... I don't think there's going to be an upgrade at Speed Rusher. Definitely not Neville Gallimore, sorry. That's not a Speed Rusher. Dante Fowler, Bogey Basham, Carlos Basham. Leonard Floyd for the realism for $3 million, I don't think so. Jacob Martin with 86 speed at 30 is kind of nutty, actually. There's D'Angelo Malone as well. He's all the way up to a 70 overall. I don't think, can afford him, no. So if we want a speed rusher now, we're going to have to make something happen. Which we could. $2 million to work with right now. We got the mentors we wanted. Odell wearing 84 is kind of nasty. We also have 56 players, so some of the guys aren't going to make the roster anyway. I think Zach Harrison should be traded. He's in a contract year. He's only at 70. We could also trade land instead of just releasing him. Not that he has much value, but something. But again, I don't know what we're really looking for in terms of a speed rusher. Boy, am I fan. It would have to be I would prefer a guy at least in the mid 70s, because if we're getting a guy, I want him to be better than Braylon Trice. And it doesn't really make sense to trade for somebody if they're not significantly better. How about Thule? He's only 23. He's only 23. That's surprising. It was a very young draft pick. He's already in a contract year. They have him playing behind Bosa, even though he should be starting. He might be on the depth chart, but they also have Danny Stutzman. And I'd be giving them a couple guys that could potentially play. Plus they have Sawyer, who's more of a defensive, or a pass rusher to go with Bosa. Let's trade for Thule. His cap hit's only $2 million. We're gonna be still having about $2.5 million in cap space. Now, obviously, these two guys straight up is not gonna make it work. Oh. Okay. I promise I don't have the trade settings on easy or something. I promise. How do I check that to show? I did not change that. This rebuild is rigged. Jeez. You know where it's actually hard to trade players? Madden 12. Trade difficulty, normal. Did not put it on super omega easy. I'm gonna like do a pick swap. I know I don't have to. It really doesn't matter, but I'm gonna do a pick swap with the Chargers just because that was a ridiculous trade in my favor. Even if it's like a 5 and for a 7 or something. I'll give you 149. You give me like your future 7. He is a player in his contract season, so like I can see that they would be willing to move him, but man, that was literally zero value for them. Like actual backups that aren't going to play for their number 3 edge guy. Which I guess in fairness he wouldn't really be playing that much for them either, but I don't know. Anyway, we pick up Tuli Pelotu. He'll be our starting speed rusher. I guess he can keep 46. That's what he was. And no offense to Braylon Trice, just not quite as good as I want him to be, and he's older. And with normal dev only. And then the guy that we took in the second round is bad. So felt like we needed to make a move there. That was very attainable to go make that move. Almost to the point where I kind of wish I had traded for somebody on the edge as opposed to taking Dom here. Almost, not quite. I think he'll be a good player, but we are trying to win again right now. We don't, run wait and see development mode, which is kind of unfair to the young guys to expect them to be like, Super Bowl contributing extremely valuable players immediately, but anyway, we pick up Tuli. It's a good player. It's the value is obviously worth going to pick him up. All right. Obviously, we did keep Mullet. We did lose all the other friendos of this rebuild, but as far as the offense, we got Mooney trying to be a wide receiver too. Come on, man. Guy had 200 yards and 4 touchdowns in the Super Bowl, and he's getting passed by Darnell Mooney. All right. Anyway, from last season, Michael Penix is up to superstar. Bijan's up to a 94. He's awesome. Hopefully he plays a little better in the sim this year. Offensive line did go down slightly. Tyron Smith retired. We bring in Taylor Moton from the Panthers. Austin Corbett left in free agency. We brought in Ben Powers, moved him to center. It's pretty much the same offense, but Michael Penix is developing. So he's still got a ways to go to being like statistically one of the better QBs. He's still just ranked 24th, which is why I'm still so surprised that we won the Super Bowl. But with the superstar dev, he's well on his way to being, high 80s. I did want to look at Mullet and see if any of his tags changed. They did. Now he cares about... He hates the scheme fit. You just had 200 yards and 4 touchdowns in the Super Bowl, Mullet. What are you mad about the scheme fit for? Oh my gosh. What a diva wide receiver this guy is. And then we just won a Super Bowl, and he's like, I wish we had more championships here, actually. Like, what do you want to go to, the 49ers or Steelers or Patriots or something? Ah, man. Wasn't 4 touchdowns? Didn't he have 4? I could have sworn he had all 4 of those touchdowns. Yeah, he did. It was all mirage. Oh, true, 5, yeah. You didn't give me 5 touchdowns, coach. I need more. We want Eamon Worry to get in there. It's trying to start Cody Simon over Bertrand. Do I mind that? Bertrand's already 26. Simon's probably like 24. With 3 years under contract still to go. I guess that's fine. It's not starting Dom at the moment, so I'm gonna have to go through the depth chart for next stream, but team's looking good. I think there's more that we could have done in the off season, but obviously limited by cap space. This is interesting. It wants Drew to be the number 2 edge rusher, followed by Dom, which I don't really like that. We'll get this figured out. Dom will be over Trice, but maybe Drew does rush D-tackle some. It has Nicky Manworry playing in the slot. That's not what we want. And it has him as the number 2 sub linebacker. Now, how could he do both? I don't know how he could possibly do both positions. So I'll figure out the depth chart for next stream. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow. I'll have to see how that goes. But I'll try to do one more. Well, sorry, it is Wednesday. I'll try to do one either tomorrow or Friday. We'll see. If not, maybe Monday. But this obviously was I had a lot of fun doing this. Did not expect to win a Super Bowl. Very, very happy that we did. Can look at changing some jersey numbers as well, because Jacoby Brissett trying to take number 2 here. Or 11. Okay, guy. Yeah, how about 12? Use check added. Contract year for Drake London. That'll be a lot of money. That'll be a lot of money. I think what'll probably happen, Mullet, is while your contract descends for the next year or two, Drake London's contract will ascend. And then Darnell Mooney's probably going to be gone after this year, because paying him 10 plus million, we may not have that in the cap space. Warner will be gone. That'll free up about $6 million. I'll probably go ahead and put Dalton Dennis as our 3rd tight end, by the way, over him. Just because I don't care if Charlie Warner gets any catches. I would prefer Dalton Daniels to get a couple catches here and there, if he can. Jake Matthews will be a free agent. Matthew Bergeron will be a free agent. Ben Powers will be a free agent. Taylor Moton will be a free agent. Thule will be a free agent. And he's basically in the same boat as Ebikadi, but he is 2 years younger. So I'm more hopeful that we can get one, he'll play better and develop more, and 2, that we can get a contract done with him. Grady Jarrett, probably his final year here, would be my guess. Probably got to upgrade linebacker. Clark Phillips is going to be a free agent. That's an interesting one. Could look to draft a corner. Molden, free up $6 million. Although Jesse Bates is a free agent. Koo's a free agent. So, next offseason it could be tough. Could be losing some players, but we already got the goal done. We already got the Super Bowl win. So, but we want more, obviously. Try to win some more Super Bowls. Oh, we have $172 million to spend. Okay. Well, we can definitely get a good offer on Bates. That's 20 million. Drake London wants 31 million ish. That's not even that bad, to be honest. Darnell Mooney wants like 11 and a half. Yeah, it's too much. Actually, more than that. I can't do math, but that's fine. Thule wants like 11. That's not so bad. I offered that same deal to Ebikadi and he turned it down. Or actually, the game made me not be able to offer it, to be honest. That's exactly what happened. Matthew Bergeron wants like 11 million. That's not bad. I'd prefer him to be like in the 80s, but he'll get there. Mullet, you're down to asking for about 14. That's not bad at all. You got your $34 million franchise tag. You're going to be reasonable now. That'd be nice. You still have zero re-sign interest. Not a single thought about re-signing. Or maybe like one. But that's as low as the bar can be. This guy stinks. Oh boy. I'll franchise tag you again if I have to. Moten asking for 15. That's less than we gave him for this year. Powers. Jake Matthews is up again, yeah. It's going to be a busy re-sign period for us. Koo might pass on the 4 million and look to get him in free agency. And then the option on Penix is 35 million. I might as well decline that and look to sign him to an extension a year sooner. The downside is that he has no re-sign interest, so we could end up franchise tagging him because we end up not being able to get a deal done. So I don't know. In a year and a half, though, when we're able to re-sign him, he might be close to, pretty close to a 90 overall. So maybe picking up the fifth-year option would be worth it. The idea of not doing it would be if we can sign him as like an 85 overall to a long-term deal, it would be better than giving him the fifth-year option and then having to sign him as like a 90 overall. But especially while we have cap space, I would prefer to get it done earlier. But we'll see. Absolutely have to bring Drake London back. Jesse Bates, I would really like to have back. So hopefully we can get that done. After trading for Thule, I would like to keep him, obviously. He's only 23. Bergeron, I'd like to keep. We have to keep. Clark Phillips, probably. Moten, no. I don't think. Well, Jake Matthews, yes. Till he retires, probably. I'd like to keep Grady till he retires, but he's already down to a 76 now. It's a hard decision to move on, but they did in real life a year earlier, or 2 years earlier than me, and I don't want to pay him $11 million, so. He may even retire. He'd be 34. He's going to regress a couple points, so. We still got Rashawn Evans hanging around. Is he a mentor? Probably should be. I want to pay Skill $1 million, I just can't afford it. That's the difference between us. I just can't do it, man. I could look to bring back, well, not me, because I retired, but did mention Human. It's $1 million. She's not going to play, is the thing. And then Shadow is down to like a 68 or something. Matt Collins is 66. MVS is 66. Colin Johnson, Bears preseason, specifically the Hall of Fame game legend. Where is Shadow? I should have searched by last name. Did he actually sign somewhere? Yeah, he did. Shadow is on a team. Let's see. There's Foff. I'll have to check on where Shadow went. Did Foff sign? Very, very respectfully to my friends. Who was signing these guys? Oh, did they just retire? No, it would have showed that they retired as Falcons in the off season. What about MD? MD's here. Who was signing Shadow and Foff, man? Come on. Who did it? Very curious. It is, yeah, it is under clouds. There he is. Yeah, he's with the Giants. And he's wearing number 10, of course he is. Because NFL, and like every other sports game, doesn't have retired jersey numbers. Ah. Oh, I guess he is a, what, 69? Yeah. Oh, he does have star dev, too, as a receiver. Oh, yeah, they're only 26. I forgot that they're younger. And they have star dev. Okay, I guess I get it now. I'm understanding. Oh, he's wide receiver one. Yeah, realistically, he's going to play more than Jalen Hyatt because the Giants refuse to throw the ball to Jalen Hyatt. They brought in Calvin Austin for some reason, even though they have Wandale Robinson. Can we get somebody that knows how to... Like, I get NFL teams do weird things sometimes. But can we get somebody to program these things that knows how to build a roster? I'm not saying it has to be just some Madden YouTuber or something like that, but just somebody that knows what they're doing, man. Like, why would the Giants... What are we, the tank for Tua Dolphins that had Jakeem Grant and... who was the other short guy they had at the time? Albert Wilson. Is that what we're doing here? We're recreating that team? The team that ended up picking 5th overall? They're busy making fancy MUT cards. Yeah, they have to make MUT cards and cut cards and whatever. It's not called FIFA anymore, but soccer cards, and that's where all the dev time goes to. You're right. You're right. Let's look for Foff. And bring the stream on home. A lot of corners. You know a game where you could scroll through the players faster? Madden 12. Foff to the Cowboys. He is their CB3. They've already gotten rid of... is it Carlson? Carson, sorry. Kalen Carson. Kalen Carson. Cowboys, big 3 corners. Trayvon Diggs, Deron Bland, and Foff. Who would have thought? How the Colts doing? They drafted Omarion Hampton. Boy. I mean, at least it wasn't their first round pick. They also drafted Damian Martinez. So, Jonathan Taylor has no tags, by the way. Omarion Hampton has day 1 starter. Damian Martinez has future starter. Evan Hull would not have trade target young. I don't know why you would be trading for Evan Hull. What are we doing, man? It's like I look at the game for a few minutes and find something else that I am annoyed by. I'm not looking. I promise you, I'm not even trying to nitpick these things. I'm just using my eyeballs and seeing things. Like the retired number thing, Tyler Warren, number 88. Yes, it's Marvin Harrison reincarnated right there. Falcons would be proud about the running backs, yes. At least with the Falcons, like, Algier was a nice back, but Bijan had, like, Saquon, Derrick Henry type season potential. I don't know if he hasn't exactly done that yet, but he still has that potential. Jameer Gibbs, same draft. Everybody lost their minds when the Lions took him and what's his name, linebacker from Iowa, Jack Campbell, in the first round. Sometimes you just take good players. Sometimes they fit your need. Sometimes they work themselves into a starting spot, even if it's a position of need that you didn't think was a position of need. Draft is a very interesting process. I'm happy that it isn't just, you know. I forget. I was watching a special about the draft. Peyton was narrating. I forget the draft had to be invented. You know, they didn't initially do drafts. If when good college players were wanting to turn pro, they negotiated with teams, and the teams with the most money were able to sign them. And that lasted for a while. Interesting stuff. Very similar. Yeah, Bijan and Jameer Gibbs. Very similar. I remember having Jameer Gibbs as like a Ravens target in that draft. They were picking in the 20s. So I wasn't shocked he went as high as he did. I won't, I'm not going to guarantee anything about the draft, but I would say if Omarion Hampton goes middle of the first round, I wouldn't be surprised. I saw Bengal even had him going 10 in a mock draft recently. That would obviously be if Genty went in the top 10, and then the Bears still feel like they need a running back, so they take Hampton. I wouldn't be opposed to that. He's probably a top 15-ish talent in the class, so going 10 wouldn't shock anybody. I had him going 20 to Denver. But, yeah, man, I love the draft. I do want to do, I've talked about this a little already, but I want to do another video, obviously before the draft. I don't know about two. Two might be ambitious and unnecessary to do two of them, but it might happen. I don't know. We'll just look at Mullet here for a little bit before we go. Mullet, this was fun. Unbelievable Super Bowl run that we did. Oh, you posted your bracket. Florida. Okay. Florida, Michigan, Duke, Tennessee. We got the same East and Midwest. Ladies edition. South Carolina, Notre Dame, LSU, UConn. Yeah, I can see it. Did you have Oh yeah, there's USC losing to UConn. Yeah, that's what I had too. That's pretty similar to. Excuse me. Pretty similar to what I have. Yeah. Florida's SEC tournament run was very good. McNeese State Final Four hopeful. You never know. That's why they play the game. Okay. I was blind for a second there. Maybe I'll cut the VOD here at this point. I probably should cut it at some point. But I don't know. If you're watching this on YouTube, you're probably Mullet watching some of it back. But hi YouTube. There'll be more of these VODs in the next week. Oh, there goes my chair. I want to do a couple more at least. Get through a few more seasons. At least till Mullet retires. Maybe even a few more after that. Because I want to continue to develop Penix and see what his contract looks like and see if we can keep the team together around him. And Drake London and Bijan. Bijan's going to get a big deal here. Coming up. Hi YouTube and future me. Anybody watching? Thanks for watching. Mullet, again, you, Sam, Shadow, thanks for hanging. Oh, and Gary. Forgot to mention Gary last time, too. It's good to see Gary here over on Twitch. We acted like we haven't talked to each other in years since 2016. We have a 218-day streak on Snapchat going. And I talk to him pretty regularly, but I haven't seen you since 2K16, man. As far as Twitch goes, that's pretty much the case. I don't remember the last time he'd been in my stream. But when I first started streaming, other than streaming by myself, solo, I would play and talk to him and Foff and B-Delp, Senor Brian, and that was pretty much it until I started playing more Battlefront with people in the streaming community. And that, of course, led to playing with Human and the folks. But, yeah, it's always good to have Gary over here. Did he post his, he didn't post his YouTube, did he? He just talked about it. Mullet, if you're interested, let me go get his YouTube again. I did this earlier and I forgot to post it in the chat. Oh, I posted the Spotify Batman thing in chat for Sam, that's right. And I was happy he fixed his audio from the last stream. But Mullet, if you want to give Gary a shout, there's his YouTube. Does he have exactly double mine? I'm at 36, okay. He's at 66 on YouTube. I don't know. Do I still follow him on Twitch? I should probably make sure I do. I might have to ask him what his Twitch is. Uh-oh. It's well, the chat. Duh. It's already rolled off. It's G Wells and then a number, right? Sorry, Gary. I know these things, but I forget them sometimes. It's not G Wells TTV, I don't think. It was a number at the end, right? These channels have nothing to do with G Wells, bro. Was it 45? I don't know. I'll have to make sure because I don't want to. I get him over to Twitch and then I don't watch him on Twitch. That would be a shame. Reworked deal for Debo. Commanders are guaranteeing 17 million. Adding another 3 million of incentives. So they're giving him a raise? That's unexpected. Up to 20 million. Man, how'd they work that out? Good for Debo. Where does Debo rank among the best wide receivers in the NFL? Well, not top 15. 16 to 25 is also probably too high. 26 to 35, then? That seems about right at the moment. Majority says 16 through 25. That's pretty high. A lot of people I've seen talking about him have been negative about him and being traded. And specifically, I've seen Wash thrown out there. I don't think he's washed at all. I think he's still a good player. He's getting older. It does tend to happen to running backs and receivers, and he's been a bit of both. But I think if he's healthy, I think he's still got some in the tank. Another very good season, at least. He's 29. Last year he had 51 catches, 670 yards, and 3 scores. Didn't fumble. 28 first downs. Long of 76. He had 42 carries. Just 3.2 per carry, 1 touchdown. Probably stop getting him carries would be my guess. Probably doesn't need to have 2.5 carries a game. Lost media requests. 2002, 20th Century Fox bought the film rights for Dragon Ball Z, attached a teaser trailer to Like Mike, featured Tim Allen as the lead of the film. Only a few screenshots exist, but I would love to see if anybody has the actual video anywhere. Tim Allen is Goku? Oh, he's holding the Dragon Ball. Wow, that's interesting. We all were so excited for this. Hope it's found. Could have seen the Tool Man go Super Saiyan. It's Tool time. Oh boy. This would be on the same legendary level as Nick Cage auditioning for Superman. True. I don't think so, Tim. Oh, that's a good comment. That's funny. That's an interesting picture, man. There we go. Very interesting. Imagine. I mean, it couldn't be much worse, right? That's notoriously like one of the worst thought of movies of all time. I'm sure it was like him just promoting it, but them paying him to promote it. But still. Speaking of the Commanders and Debo, I do have receiver as one of their top 4 needs. Could argue running back over receiver. Brian Robinson is decent. Austin Eckler had a decent season as the backup. And receiver, of course, you have Terry and now Debo. But Noah Brown's back. KJ Osborne's back. It's decent depth. Luke McCaffrey didn't do much as a rookie. This is why I'm like, if you're already a good team, and you're in position to take a Matthew Golden, a Emeka Egbuka, Luther Burden, like, why not just do it? Get another weapon. If I have Terry, Debo, if I have Terry and Debo, I'd rather have Matthew Golden out there than Luke McCaffrey. You know what I mean? The other team that I have that same thought about is the Vikings, where I have receivers, one of their top couple needs. They really don't need that much. So it's like, why not spend your high premium pick on a player that can make your offense even more dynamic? They brought back Aaron Jones. They still have Jefferson, Addison, Hawkinson. They didn't need to re-sign Cam Robinson. They have Christian Darrisaw. Has Cam Robinson signed anywhere? I don't think so, right? He's probably just outside my top remaining free agents. Or is he on my... Oh, he is number 2 for my left tackles, yeah. There you go. Little surprised nobody's signed him. Or did he re-sign with the Vikings? Nope, still free agent. Patriots predicted to sign. That wouldn't be bad for them. He's not like, you know, we're not talking about Trent Williams here or anything, but he played well. He was playing okay for Jacksonville. Jacksonville was just, you know, imploding all season long. And then played pretty well for the Vikings down the stretch until the playoffs. Sam Darnold's contract dropped from 40 mil plus to 30 mil plus. Those last couple games. Lions and then the Rams. It'd be like that. Mullet, by the way, that picture I shared before stream, where you would sit on the plane. Very random. I was just scrolling on Twitter before getting on, and I sent it to you just to get your thought. Here is your... Where did I post that? Was that in video games? Yeah. Here's your choice, by the way. Me personally, I'm probably picking... something about 8 calls to me, to be honest. But I think ultimately I would go 4. Oh, yeah. They're all VTubers, yes. They're all Cha-Cha's adopted VTuber children. I didn't actually know Mooney was one of them. I don't know Mooney. I don't know if she's done a stream with Cha-Cha. I know I'm saying names that you do not know what those mean, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm almost done. Any minute now we can end stream here. Oh, you know what I do need to do? I was gonna get some more screenshots for potential thumbnails. Can I practice? I can't practice. I can do the training camp with you though. Wide receiver battle or red zone attack. Let's do red zone attack. It probably doesn't help you very much here to do this because you're already an X Factor and you're the elder statesman of our receiving corps here, but I'm not going to do all these anyway, so might as well. I'm looking respectfully. That's good, that's good. I didn't really do much to... Here, let's try to bait him that way and then go this way. Oh, came down with it. Wait, there's no replay in here. That's a little late. Nice catch. Up against that 400-pound freak. What if I could? I could run you into him in practice. This is one of the easier drills, probably. Just have to bait the corner far enough. Time it. We're already at gold. That wasn't a very... Oh, we still got 200 points. Okay. Burned him. Burnt toast. Not great that AJ Terrell's burnt toast. But you do get a skill point and some XP. Let's do this. I think if I back out of the franchise and go back in, it brings up the ability to practice. Which I don't really understand why it would do that, but I'm actually not upset about that glitch because I do it sometimes just so I can go into free practice. And there it is, practice available. Wonderful. Let me try to get a thumbnail or two here. Random play. Nickel. Although if I use nickel, it's got the depth chart kind of wonky. Let's just run regular 4-3. Yeah. Let's see, where are you? What is this play? This is the first play of practice. What is this? This is how you got 200 yards and 4 touchdowns right here. Okay, not the greatest first play in the world. Okay, again, not an amazing play. That could have looked decent though. It's got Eamon Ward in the screenshot. Is that alright? That's not bad. Hopefully the music isn't playing very loudly. I know the practice thing likes to play music like it did earlier. Copyright. Right there's not bad. Can't really see the ball. You're not really going to be able to read McGee on the back in the thumbnail either anyway, but unless I really zoom in. yeah, here's the thumbnail. Here it is. I guess it could be like that, maybe. That's not bad. You can see Penix over there. And then I can add some text on the left. Maybe a little zoomed in further. Alright, that'll work. That's got the end racism thing. Mullet is winning Super Bowl MVP and he's ending racism. Let's go. Oh, he breaks the tackle! Ah! Now this is how you get 200 yards as a receiver right here. You break the tackle from AJ Terrell, make him look silly. And then you're going to try to hurdle at 32 or 33. Hurdle over Caden Ellis and Nick Ebenworry. That's how you do it. That's how you do it right there. Oh boy. That's a heck of a thumbnail. We call those Cole Beasley yards. That's not bad, right there. And then maybe the broken tackle on Terrell. I don't know how many of these I'm going to post, so I'll just get a couple screenshots and see what happens. Okay. Alright, man. That's fine, right there. Alright. That should be good. Wee wee! What a play by the Super Bowl. Well, he wasn't Super Bowl MVP, but robbed. I don't. A quarterback throwing for 408 and 4 touchdowns. It'd be hard to not give it to Penix, but considering all of the touchdowns and half the yards were to one receiver, I say give it to Mullet. Well, the next thing to do for me will be editing the depth chart and simming through preseason. I will do that off stream now that I've gone on and on longer than I thought I would with no intro and no outro. The stream's just gonna stop at some point, and the whole VOD's going on YouTube, so it is what it is. I really should shorten it because it'll take longer to upload if I don't, but I don't care. That's fine. Me just looking at Twitter while I sit here. Talking about, yeah, the whole VOD's going on YouTube. Be sure to watch the whole thing, and it's just me silently clicking on my laptop. Yep, no problem, Mullet. I always have fun doing this, even if I only do it like once or twice a year. One or two streams a year. I will make an effort to do, you know, a reasonable amount of years. I think we can get through 2 probably next time. Be a little quicker. I might even do auto upgrades on, just so I don't have to do those, because that always takes a while, because you gotta click, and you gotta wait, and you gotta load, and, you know. If I don't just go on and yap about things, I could probably do 3 seasons in a stream, to be honest. But here we got 1, and we got the most important job done already. We got a Super Bowl already in the bag. So, once again, happy early birthday. Happy birthday week. I hope all week is a good week for you. A little less friendly conversation next time down. Yes, we must repeat. We must win 4 straight Super Bowls right now. We're simming the whole season right now in 1 click. Here we go. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, yeah. 13, wow. In the back of my head, I remembered that it was his birthday the day after, but I did not put that together. 13. Man. It's getting close to 20 years since we were 13. The song from SpongeBob talking about Mr. Krabs begins to play "You're Old." You didn't have to say that out loud. I know. I wouldn't if I wasn't also in the same boat. And MD. And Human's getting there. And Shadow and Fluff aren't too far off. And Gary. We're all getting there. It's fine. That's the way it goes. I guess I probably won't raid anyone now at this point. When it was 3 of you, I was thinking about it maybe, but... How about I just give you... Well, Mullet, you're going to take off here soon. Anyway. So, I won't give you a name. And that's that. Actually, is Mega streaming? She is not. That's the one on the chart that you picked. I mentioned my PowerPoint that I made for Human. I actually made a new list. It is essentially my 25 favorite VTubers. And you're like, 25? I'm like, yeah, it was hard to condense it down to 25. What do you mean? They're not all necessarily ranked, but some of them at the top are ranked. And I would love to show you guys this along with my VTuber music playlist sometime, but that's for another time. Not right now. Maybe I'll schedule another Discord hangout. Last time I didn't even get Shadow. MD I think was wanting to, but didn't make it on either. Eventually, we'll get something figured out. That'd be like me with my top 25 disc golfers, or top 25 metal bands. I would say the metal bands would be the most accepted thing for most people. I don't know what would be next between VTubers and disc golfers for the average person. Just saw this headline. Departing Buckeyes believe Julian Sayin is Ohio State's next QB1. Denzel Burke said, Julian's that guy, to be honest with you. Will Howard said, now it's his time. Sayin said, you have to block out the noise. Just focusing on spring practice and just getting better. QB coach Billy Fessler says Ohio State is a long way away from even discussing the closeness of the competition. Fessler promoted to QB coach. He was an offensive analyst, evaluating how the 3 quarterbacks handle more practice reps. And who are the other quarterbacks, you might ask? That would be Kindholz and the true freshman? Is he the third? I suppose. What is that spreadsheet listed under? Ohio State 2025. I got some things wrong on here in my prediction, of course. Tavian St. Clair, is he QB3, I guess? Actually, did I get anything wrong? I think all the players that I predicted to leave left. Sonny Styles staying, I was right about. Big Benosin staying, I was right about. Of course, Downs is only a sophomore. He'll be a true junior this upcoming season. I think I was pretty much spot on with the players that left. Or did I edit this at all? Maybe I might have edited some of it. I don't remember, to be honest. You know what? I think I did, because in the depth chart I have Sonny Styles, but then the previous screen I have projected to go to the draft, and it includes Styles and Nick Benosin. Okay, so I was not 100% correct on everything. I see. Transferring out. Devin Brown, Aaron Noland. I think Sam Williams-Dixon ended up coming back. Jaden Ballard. Gabe Powers. Salute to the former Buckeyes. Haven't looked at the transfer portal website in a while. Anybody hop in that portal? We got a player just today, Eric with a Q George, transferring from Tennessee State. He's a 6'2", 280 edge. And the latest decision was Justin Lampson, the quarterback, going from is that Stanford to Montana State. Maybe he can play there. Other Tennessee State players transferring. Do they have a coach change or something? We've got 3 players in the last week. Interesting. No quarterback of note developments. The guy I thought they might go after was the guy from Buffalo, Agbana. There's also Jaden Rashada. Surprised no one's. Some of these guys. What do you do when you're a student athlete and you put your name in the transfer portal, but you haven't decided on a new school in over 2 months? Is he still going to college? Like, is he still enrolled in classes at Georgia? I assume so, right? It's not like Georgia says, oh, you're in the portal, we're going to kick you off campus now. We revoke your scholarship. I assume that's how that works. I don't know. Maybe it works like that. I don't know. Campus security rolls up as soon as you enter your name in the portal. We have to remove you from campus now, sir. It's about 4. Anything else to mention here before? It is that time. Always a pleasure. Yeah, I don't have anybody to raid or host. Their hosting doesn't exist even. Thanks for hanging. We'll get more done next time and try to go 2 for 2. We'll see. We could go 8-9. You never know about simulation, but this was a fun stream, fun season, and I will be attempting to upload it to YouTube tonight, which means I also need to grab those pictures from the PlayStation app. Next time on a new episode of Dragon Ball Z with the Toolman Taylor. Somebody's gonna do AI now based on that. You know what's coming. PlayStation app is annoying, and I'm just trying to save these pictures. And I'll probably end up sending these somewhere on Discord again, so I can grab them easier. Because the ones with you wearing 10, I can't use. They're not good enough, Gary, not good enough. Faster, Gary, faster. Alright then. Good stream, good time. Thanks for watching. Have fun watching on YouTube. If you made it this far on YouTube, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. I'll catch you in the next one. Alright, rip stream, Godspeed, goodbye. Adios.